Hey, nobody blocked you, baby. If you was blocked, you should have hit me up on Instagram. Nobody blocked you. I don't ever block you. I don't know how that happened. I really don't. You just waiting for some more people to come on in. So we should get right on the road. Hey. Oh, why did YouTube block you? For what? It's gonna be a good one today. It's gonna be a good one today, nephew. Good one today. Today's subject is Mr. Welfare Man. Mr. Welfare Man. I want to debunk the myth. I want to debunk the myth. I'll be telling you, nephew. Oh, that same one. Okay. I want to ask you something before I start. I want to ask you something. Right? You have to come in. I want to ask you. You can answer the question and step out. You can answer the question and step out. But I want to ask you something. Hey, nephew.
What's up? What's up? How you feeling?
Yeah. Well, I don't know what I want to do. So I just have beyond headaches. Now, do you believe... I'm going to cut the radio down. All right, here we go. Have you ever claimed that the welfare system was orchestrated to tear Black people apart, get the man out the home? So yes or no?
I've seen a lot of things. I feel like it could be a possibility. I'm not ready to say it was, but I feel like with things that I've seen, the documentation I have, I feel like it could be a possibility. But I'm just not ready to say yeah.
All right, I'm gonna answer all your questions today. So you know why I'll be thorough. I don't do arguments. I don't do trick attack. I don't go back and forth. I let the facts speak for itself. That's why it's hard to beat me. Because I ain't gonna get into something I got the facts for. I'm gonna tell you the answer to that is I got it though. But I just want these questions put out there. Do you do you know what year welfare got here? Who had welfare before us? What year welfare got here?
I think it was the mid 60s. I think.
Okay. Remember, it's not a yes, and I'm gonna do it. Now, at that point in time, well, I can't. I already you said 1960, so I have to eliminate two questions from you, right? So it wasn't put there. Okay, damn it, you messed me up. You said 60s. Let me just go into it because I'm just let the rhythm hit them. Ah, that come from my man Rock Camp. Okay, I'm just gonna put the year up there, and then I'm gonna go into that. Then we're gonna watch the video at the end. We're gonna learn today. That's why I didn't put the year up there, so you couldn't cheat, right? Okay, even though I knew these, but I'm gonna show you guys. I'll open up the screen. Hopefully I can. If you can see it, tell me when to stop. Can you see it?
um, yeah, the Google page, right?
Yeah, I want y'all to see. I want y'all to see my source and where I'm getting information from. I want y'all to see it's coming from different sources. Because your source may not be my source. This is where a lot of people get arguments from. They bring just one source. I bring different sources, but the same topic. See, the numbers are the same. You don't argue with nobody with one topic. So we're gonna go. No. What year did it start? All right, young blood. Okay, where it go? I'm in the wrong. Oh shit. Did I put the right one here? Oh, absolutely not. All right. Origins of the state and federal public assisted welfare programs came out in 1932. I'm gonna open it up for y'all in a second, but it did not go through to 1935. Right? Y'all see 1935, right? You see it?
Yep.
Although President Franklin D. Roosevelt focused mainly on creating jobs for the masses of unemployed workers, he also backed the idea of federal aid for poor children and other dependent persons by 1935, a national welfare program that had been established for the first time in American history. Right? So now you got to win this argument and say that the black men were taken out the household. It was created as they say. We got to start debunking this. Number one, was black people eligible in 1935?
Was they eligible?
We're going to get to that. But these are questions you need to ask when people tell you these things. Don't never be like, yeah. You got to hit the facts. Every time somebody tells me something, I'll automatically go look it up myself. I don't accept no answers from nobody. I got facts. Thanks for telling me where to go. I'm going to go, but I'm going to fact check everything. People don't fact check nothing. They go with what feels right because everybody else says it. So if everybody else says it, they got to be right. Come to find out, they're wrong. Now you got to ask yourself, how many people were married in that time? Okay, this is one for you. Where was black people eligible to get married? When was white people eligible to get married? And when was black people eligible to get married? You gotta ask yourself some questions. Now we're gonna go into 1932. Origins of the state and federal public welfare program, 1932. Right? So that means this would be my grandmother's time. That'd be some of your great grandmother's time. That might be some of your great great grandmother's time. but by this time we seen grandma, it's probably like the 40s, 50s, and 60s. Was black people eligible for welfare programs in 1932? Right? So now we're gonna get to the next question. So we already 30 years from 1935, because you said 1960s, right?
Right.
So right then and there, that debunks that the welfare program was made. I keep telling people nothing. That because when we get the scrub, the crumbs of something, we turn it into they did that to us. No, they always had it first. They always had it first. Okay, first question: when did marriage become legal for African Americans? Right, the Civil Rights Act of 1866 defined the rights of what people. In 1866 was the first time we were able to get married, black people, right? So again, that'll be 30 more years before welfare comes. Now the question is, was we able to get married just like that in 1866? What was the qualifications, nephew?
We had to have land, if I'm not mistaken. Or credentials, something of that nature. Like we couldn't just be two regular people off the street and marry.
We had to be freed.
Right.
Had to be free. I said free.
Yeah.
Right? So in 1935, so now you got to go back and figure, but damn, well, how many of us was able to be free in 1935? You would think that we all free. 1866. We open it up again. The Civil Rights Act of 1866 defined the rights of freed people to own, sell, or lease personal and real property, enter into contracts, and to be entitled, listen to this, and be entitled to basic human rights. Ain't that some shit? I gotta be entitled for human rights. But that part happened to us, right? They could also marry, but the key to that is you gotta be free. So now that goes to tell you that within 1866, not all African Americans were free. Okay? How the slaves get married, we know already. Now you got to ask yourself, if it was free, how many units was there before we was free? And that is something, unless they got good books or something, we don't know. You separated us. So a lot of them were single mothers then. Single mothers then. Because you took us. So now they can't.
Wait. Repeat that again. I'm sorry.
You gotta be forgetful, Iris, man. What was I saying? I can repeat it.
Like you said, there was a lot of single mothers when?
Yeah, in 1866.
No.
Remember, all of us, if it's telling you 1866, you were able to get married, but they also separated us, family. They took the men out the household when they took him to another plantation. So that would now make that mother a single mother.
Oh, wait. We talking about after 1866 or
no?
before?
We on 1860. If you're gonna break it down, you gotta break it down. We gotta put some. See, this is why I don't pay none of you guys no mind when they give me information. Not you in particular. You're still a baby, you're growing. But because they never put a timestamp on nothing. They just give you information in general and tell you this is the information. So we got to go back to 1866 because remember, welfare is already there at 1930. So now it's 30 years between 35 and 60 something. It's 30 years right there. What happened within them 30 years? And we still.
I know what happened. I see it. I see now. Now I see where the correlation comes in. Okay, so I see what some white guy said. Okay, because this is the argument I've heard before. Now that it was supposed to originally be for wives that men had left them. That's what that was supposed to be initially.
No, I got
It
to
was
answer your
never
question.
supposed to be for women that just had kids. No.
I'm going to go through that. I got to
Go
go
ahead.
through that. You got to think about it this way. At that time, they was trying to get us, right? So they was trying to get us a lot of, and then we had the wars. So a lot of men didn't make it home. They had to take care of their woman. They make sure Miss Caucasian was good. That's what they was worrying about. A lot of them didn't make it home. They was fighting for states. They, remember, we started off with 13 counties, 13 states. And then, all the other states came on in different times. We didn't have 50 states. So that's a lot of fighting that they doing. This is my land, it's your land. You got the Yankees. Remember we had the Yankees over here. We had Southerners over there. And we also got the ones that escaped, the black people who escaped and went different places. So that's why anytime somebody give you a statistic, you always got to go up and go down a little bit. Because number one, when they did your statistic, you asking people this question. It doesn't necessarily mean that everybody's telling the truth. Sometimes you're embarrassed with your life. So they may ask you some questions. You may say no, 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 no. So that's what they put it on a statistic. So anytime you hear a statistic, you got to give a little and take a little for the liars. Hey, one love for the liars. But people don't do that. They stamp it as this is it. I'm going to. No, you cannot. There was a lot of liars and a lot of people that was ashamed of their life or whatever. Right? So there we go. So now that's 1935 when public assistance / welfare, SNAP, whatever you want to call it, ACDC, regardless of what, that started in 1935. But it was on the table since It was on the table since 1932. So now we want to go into 1932, right? Origins of the state and federal public welfare programs. We're going to read a little bit of this, and don't forget that you guys at any point, at any time, can go check out sources. I'm doing all this. I ain't got my glasses on. All right, here we go. The history of can y'all see? Because I want y'all to see what I got there. I opened it up more. Does it look better?
Yeah.
All right. If you can't read it along with me, that defeats it. I know, but I don't know if you can't take that straight away. Okay, the history of public welfare in the United States has been one of the continuing change and growth. Ain't that something? Growth. Prior to the 1900s, local governments shared with private charitable organizations major responsibility for public assistance, or it was often termed public relief. So now we know the beginning of it was called public relief, right? Okay, now by 1926, 40 states had established some type of public relief programs for mothers with dependent children. A few states also provided cash assistance to needy elderly. So they was giving elderly patients through old age persons. The program and the size of the benefits were very widely among states. State-financed public assistance programs were often inadequate to meet the challenges of the large-scale unemployment and urban poverty that often affect the states and urban areas. But it was the Great Depression. You heard me? The Great Depression of 1930. Now, I remind you, remember all these things, Black people is not in this equation yet. But we got to get to that special 1960. Yeah, we're gonna get there. Let's go. But you was halfway right, nephew. All right. By 1926, 40 states have been established some type of public relief program for mothers. Okay. Now where am I at? State financed public assistance programs were often inadequate to meet the challenges of large-scale unemployment and urban poverty that often not being in this. But it was the Great Depression of 1930 that led to the collapse of the state financed public assistance programs. State systems of public relief were simply unprepared to cope with the value of requests for help from individuals and families without work or income. On top of that, the economic depression reduced state and local revenues. Conditions were so grave, it became necessary for the federal government to step in and help with those costs and reliefs. We're not included in this, guys. So we gotta debunk that thing. We're not saying that as time moved on, but remember, no man had to get out the house yet. I mean, the men wasn't in the house. Like I told you, a lot of wars, a lot of things that was going on. So it was the Great Depression. That's not included. We was depressed already. It was depression for them, but it wasn't depression for us. We was already depressed. We was already the Great Depression. But when it was Great Depression for them, they stepped in, right? Now, first, thought provision of $300 million of temporary loans by the Reconstruction Corporation to such states as are absolutely unable to finance to relieve of the stress. We have a solid background of assurance that need to be no hunger and cold in the United States. These loans, remember, so now we know that, of course, it wasn't for us. During that time, they didn't care. They wasn't having the federal step in and give us no money. Some of us were still working for free. So that debunks all this welfare was put here so black to get the black man out. No, they ain't care about you. You ain't coming till later. Immediately after assuming office in 1933, see that? 1933.
Hmm.
President Franklin D. Roosevelt proposed and then signed the Federal Emergency Relief Act, the FARA, which in its first year enabled the national government to dispute more than $1 billion. They have $1 billion then? Shit, let me find out. I just learned something. They had $1 billion back then to the states to shore up their existing public relief programs. The language of the enabling legislation included these sections. Y'all can go read up the sections if y'all want to. Okay, FARA was only a temporary measure. The Franklin administration understood more fundamental reforms were needed to prevent the occurrence of what happened when the nation's economy failed to provide the jobs and public relief necessary to meet financial needs of unemployed workers and their families. So unemployed workers was able to receive it too. President Roosevelt sent a message to Congress. Remember, this is now because in June 8th of 1934, so Congress sent out in which outlined what he believed was necessary. Our tax of reconstruction does not require the creation of new and strange values. It is rather the findings of the way once more known, but to some degree forgotten. Okay, so let's pass it. An executive order was issued June 29th, 1934. We didn't get to 1935 yet. Now, here this go. Now, August 14th, 1935. Now we up to 1935. President Roosevelt signed, oh, this is a Social Security Act into law. The law was, okay, same thing. Okay. Okay, the Social Security Act of 1935 initially authorized federal finance participation in three states. Title one, okay, so as we see, they only gave it to 3 states after the war. Okay, cool. So what was the next question? So we just debunked welfare because sorry, black man or black woman, it wasn't for us. So who's working? If all these people got welfare, who's working? Hey, sugar the lights. Boom, boom, boom. Sugar the lights. Who's working? The black people. We can't get welfare. So we're still working. So now we went from working for free to still working the same hours for pennies. So who was the first set of people who sat down on their asses? Hello. Now, he said, now I'm glad he said the 1960s. We're going to get out of there. Let's get out of here. Let's move ahead. Right? Notice that 1 billion, 1 billion people got in their pocket. Back then, that 1 billion was spread out to a couple of states, right? Let's keep it going. What year black people got married, right? Now we got to figure out what year black people. Oh, we did. We said that already. Hey, Nick. When did black people get welfare? Ow. And I wanted to let me go to there.
I'm not gonna lie, when we did start getting it, it did become a lot of confusion though.
We're gonna get to it piece by piece, baby. We ain't got to go through this. We're gonna let the rhythm hit. Welfare expands. That's why I say you talk about black people. Well, we had to talk about welfare, period. We didn't get welfare until 1960. So it was already in existence 30 years. Right? It was already in existence, give or take 30 years. So they had public assistance 30 years before it was even offered to us. So we still been working from slavery to now. Do you not think that when we all was killed and stuff was our women still had to work, and whoever had a man, good luck to them. Whoever still had a man or a woman, good luck to them. But we wasn't able to receive it until 1960.
But it coincides. Now that I look at the timeline, it coincides though with the white man theory of it just being for married white women.
Mm-hmm.
They coincide with that.
But I'm tired of arguing with y'all black men, so I have to hit y'all with facts. So stop playing with me.
Oh yeah, black men. Yeah, yeah.
They keep spreading this news like it was not.
Miss Rod.
Ain't no way in the world it can start in 1930 and it didn't get to us. And the only reason why it got to us because the people from the South migrated. We're gonna get into that. Let's go. Here we go. That's why you can't say how many, because we wasn't everywhere yet. Now we only in 1960. Come on. This is after 30 years of welfare. They even put the word welfare, baby. I didn't say welfare, they said welfare. Can y'all see? Now, my welfare expands in the 1960s. Migration of African Americans from the rural South and its effects. Migration brought blacks to the city. It wasn't an overnight process, but there were some broad trends going on from which we're still feeling effects of it today. Modernization of our culture replaced low-wage workers and manual laborers with machinery. So thank goodness we ain't got to pick all this cotton on. You got some machines going on there. Southern agriculture, which is true, was traditionally the most labor-intensive, having been developing on the backs of African slaves. When slavery was abolished, low-paying farm jobs were still the easiest for many blacks in South to get. Welfare law was used to enforce low wage work in the fields during the growing and harvest seasons. Mechanization of farming may have increased productivity on farms, at least until one starts to calculate the cost of using fossil fuels to achieve that productivity. But it was uprooted the labor force, mostly blacks. This wasn't entirely a bad thing. Many were particularly indentured servants tied to their employers through debt or because of residency law and the difficulty of relocating and getting welfare benefits. This doesn't necessarily mean, however, that there were limitless opportunities waiting for those who did migrate. So take technically, even though we got it in the 1960s, that don't mean everybody got online in the 1960s. But everybody not online, right? And then it said, and 20 million or so did migrate between the 1940s and 1960s. Okay, severe mannequisms were used to enforce blacks' indentured servitude, kicking people off of welfare rolls during the growing season when labor demands were high. So that means they gave you welfare 1 minute and then you had to get eligible for assistance, were used to keep people from moving and collecting welfare in other locations. So they were scamming since then. Ain't that some shit? They
Mhm.
were scamming, not the black people. This remember, we are now getting it. So that's not us doing the scamming yet. Okay? Don't we did not start the scamming yet. We're gonna keep it going. Benefits was adjusted to labor markets. Remember the principle that welfare should be less appealing than the lowest employment opportunities. So where were the higher Alabama or Manhattan? Poor families with two parents was excluded from receiving ACDC until 1961, using the able body agreement. Again, we are just now can apply. But parents, so this was for the Caucasian people. Fourth family, so this debunks that this was only done to the white man. Number four states poor family with two parents were excluded from receiving AFDC. So now I don't want to hear that crap no more. Now, I say you can't. Black single mothers were, I'm going to get into that too. Black single mothers were discriminated. So we ain't got it yet. So this is still the 1960s, nephew. And black single mothers were discriminated. So they didn't want to take our man out the house. Okay, midnight raids and man in the house rule. So now we got the able body rule. And now they come into the black single mothers midnight raids. Okay, if caught with another man in the house, she will lose benefits. Totally unconstitutional. But standard practice in the South. Okay. Good housekeeping rule that allow welfare workers to take a family off the rolls if they deem a house to be poorly maintained. And most houses have few corners that could be used as exhibit A in a white glove test. Okay? Now, look at this. Well over 50%. Now, this is still the black woman, the one y'all hate so much. The one y'all hate so much. This is still the black woman, right? Well, over 50% of black women and children were in the workforce. But y'all say we kicked you out. We still working since slavery. We still working. Few, if any, safeguards on child labor existed for blacks without migrant workers today. We still working. Our kids are still working. Illegitimacy, birth out of wedlock could cost a woman her assistance. Now look, number 10. Now we're in 1960 now, right? Blacks were often flat out denied welfare benefits to which they were entitled. Work training was often required in low wages sectors. The employable mother rule required black women to work in the field, like we wasn't in the fields already. Work in the fields, if it was work to be done and labor sorted. Why did it send the Caucasian woman to the field? Why didn't it make the Caucasian woman work? And they men were still in the house. Only the black men say the men had to leave. I guarantee you, besides the one who lost their husband or whatever, or the husband left, whatever for the Caucasian woman, they were still able to stay home. So men, who lazy? Who I don't see it here. I see the black woman still struggling. Unless they could show proof of employment, they could be denied other assistance. What type of employment was available? Y'all have to look that up. Okay, so the Kennedy and later Johnson administration. Okay, now we're going to get into the discrimination with black women. We have to feed our kids, and of course, the men is not around. Let me see what y'all got. If y'all got any questions or something, let me know. Well, Caroline in here? I don't see her. Hey, Caroline. Now, what's the other thing you said? I bet you gonna forget all this alien blood. You gonna be like, yeah, they threw the black man out. You ain't gonna tell the truth.
No. I'm gonna tell the truth. No, I mean, okay, me personally, I'm gonna always tell the truth because I know the black man is the best father anyway.
It wasn't about being the best father. It's just that this is coming off slavery and stuff. So a lot of y'all just wasn't there. It wasn't you guys' fault. And this is what you're trying to convey to the black man. It wasn't your fault. But y'all don't want to hear that because it got to the point now we're still selling each other out. The black man selling the black woman out. The black woman selling the black man out.
Yeah.
These days for money. Nobody want to tell the truth because we don't want to just say the word, we sorry, let's get together. I'm sorry for what you endured. I'm sorry for what you endured. How can we make it better? Because now it's money. It's money into bringing down your own race for us. No other race gonna make money talking down on themselves. Only us. Okay, we're gonna go to the next piece of information. Let's get out of there. You gotta watch the video. So you was kind of correct in the 1960s. You was correct. It just wasn't the beginning of the 1960s. It had to be towards the middle or the end of the 1960s. And by that time, we coming right after it. I'm coming right after that. I wasn't in the 60s, but I'm right after that. So welfare for black people barely. Can you imagine? People always got mad at the men who became drunk. Now, what did this cause was alcoholism in the black community. I would be stressed out. I can't work. Took it from my family, and plus, they had the kids. They had the kids working for their food. You wonder why a lot of our grandparents were drunks. That's what their coping mechanism. Get this alcohol. I get this alcohol. I'm gonna feel rich. I'm gonna feel like I threw my problems away, and it became really, really bad in our household. In our household, alcohol is a big part of this. So a lot of our grandparents, great grandparents, y'all need to stop and say thank you instead of saying all this. We done went through so much. That's why I don't. Okay. Now we know it doesn't say the gift. Let me get to the next one. I don't know what it is. Okay, let's go. What percentages were married in the 1950s? How did slaves get married? We didn't know how slaves. When did getting? Okay, no. Okay, 1950. What percentage of people were married? We're in 1950s now.
You asking me?
No. I'm talking to the computer. Okay, the corresponding figure of 1950 was 66% of that. For 1940 was 59% of people. What people? We're going to get into that. These findings reflect a gradually rising proportion of married couples who survive jointly to old age, very high marriage rates during the later part of the 1940s. We already know why it's the later part. And marginally high marriages during most of the 1950s. What happened in the 1950s and 60s why we was more than them?
Oh, I can tell you easily. It comes from this video I watched like good 5 years ago about basically how Hollywood basically sold marriage as a like a shopping thing, like a money thing, like a money grab, basically. And more importantly, that the world wasn't really introduced to it. You understand? It wasn't so really, you could say basically,
I would have reversed.
it wasn't the norm to be married. You understand?
It
So
wasn't on. We're gonna get into that. Go ahead, baby.
yeah, yeah. So
Okay,
so
which
right.
decade had the highest divorce rate? We're gonna get into that after you finish what you're saying.
Oh, us.
Hmm?
Our generation. You said who had the highest
What
divorce rate?
decade had the highest divorce rate?
Oh, us. I would say the last 10 or 20 years, whatever. Yeah, one of them. Yeah.
The divorce rate in the United States has remained fairly stable since 1988, and provisional data for 1993 showed that 4.6 divorces in a 1,000 population. The divorce rate has. We're going into the black people. Don't worry about it. I got you. All right, got you.
Mm-hmm.
Now here we go. Them on the video. Now I don't know what you. What research I did, I didn't hear about no money grab or none of that shit. I didn't hear that. I didn't see that. And we're going to go through it today. I don't see no proof of what that video said. I'm going to have to check it out.
Marriage is a money grab.
A money grab for what?
It's a money grab for.
What was the money grab? Question.
Okay. Basically, they knew families being together would spend more money. Like if a woman is by herself, she's not spending as much money as her being with a man compared to.
Huh?
Compared to, yeah, they knew this in the 20s and 30s.
I'm telling you, it was absolutely incorrect.
Compared to, majority of women are not spending more money than if they was in a relationship with a man.
That's incorrect. Women spend more money without a man because they trying to get a man, and they also have kids. We always had kids. Where's the money grab at? We wasn't able to even get assistance to 1960. So where's the money grab at for us black people?
No, we talking about real successful couples.
No,
they're spending way more money than single females.
No, we're talking about. You said it was a money grab to my black people. Where's the money grab at?
No. No. Watch this real quick. When they created marriage, it was a Hollywood thing. So families can come together. You can have the house in the suburbs. You understand? You could have 1 or 2 cars. You could, have the mortgage, the college funds.
I'm gonna look up. I had it, but I took it down. But whoever did that video is a little confused. But I'm gonna show you.
No. Some white man did this video. This is
that doesn't make him right. What was all his points and references?
Say it again.
I said that because he did it doesn't make him right. What was all his point of references?
Oh, just Hollywood. You gotta realize.
No, listen. Remember, if I ever mention something, if I don't know about something, I'm not going to continue. If I know about something, 9 times out of 10, I know about it. If I'm talking about it, that means I done did some studying in my years. So, what was all of his point of references? And did you set out to do your own research?
Just straight statistics. How Hollywood, as soon as Hollywood promoted marriage, how it skyrocketed.
No,
you just brought up the numbers.
No, you got to remember there was only 4 states. It wasn't 50 states yet. So where do you get Hollywood from?
Right,
And
until
what year is he talking about?
it was 4 states until Hollywood promoted it as a
No.
major
What?
thing.
What was it? Just question I just asked you.
You said, um, so. Wait, what did you say about four
You
states?
said that it was a money grab until Hollywood promoted it, but that's not true. We have marriage since the Bible. So what? I don't understand what that man talking about.
No, but it's not the marriage we look at it to be though.
What I'm saying though, they still copied the idea from
Right.
right. So they still copied the idea, and all of them was legally married. We was already married here way before Hollywood was thought of.
Yeah, but it's still okay. Watch this real
I
quick.
didn't
Watch
say
this.
for black people because we wasn't able. I proved to you what year we was able to get married. If we came here married, they took that from us. So marriage always been in the air. It had nothing to do with Hollywood. Marriage
But-
always been in the air for everybody, however how they did it in their country. So when the Caucasians came here, they kept their rights as a married person, but they took ours away. They didn't know who was married, who wasn't married. They didn't understand us. We got they both. They didn't understand us. So we was broken up since then, and they was married since then. So within the 19 before, all in the 8 to 16, 17, people were married. Where the heck is Hollywood?
Yeah, but marriage. See how we. You know why we didn't go by their morals and they
I'm speaking
restrictions?
legally. You
We
said
didn't. No, but legally, that's white man law. You can't say marriage is legal.
that's why I said when we got here, we was married already, but they took it away from us. But they were married. But you said
No, but
nobody
sugar.
you said nobody was getting married until Hollywood promoted it. I'm telling you, that's not true.
No, we had our own rules on marriage. The
We
white
didn't have
man and the
nothing when
legal.
we
That's
didn't have nothing when we got here. We didn't have
that's
no.
false. That's false.
How can you be married and somebody remove you from your house the next day or that same night?
That can happen, but you still have morals. You still have codes before somebody knock on your door and take you out of it.
Yeah, but you couldn't just freely get married. You couldn't.
Yes, but hold on. But marriage,
No. We gotta go
marriage.
back to when did Hollywood exist? Let's go there. I don't
Okay.
like to go back and forth. We're gonna find that out. Everything you say, we're gonna look up ourselves. Right?
Wait, was it? Hold on. Let me find it real quick. Hold on. Let me see. I think
When-
I know.
We gotta
Oh.
say
I think I know. Hold
that's what
on.
I'm saying. You gotta bring some info.
I think I know. Hold on. I think I got it. Yeah.
When Hollywood funded, Hollywood was laid out as a subdivision in 1887 by Harvey Wilcox, who was a prohibitionist from Kansas, however, real estate magnate. Okay, that's your answer. I'm gonna let you guys see it. I'm playing with y'all. We're gonna debunk a lot of stuff in here today, so I'll I'm clicking the wrong thing. Oops. There we go.
Okay, but why is it not giving me? Let me see.
Okay, I'm opening big. Okay, now we're gonna go into who started Hollywood and what was Hollywood called before. But it came to here. Can y'all see? 1878. And you know, for a fact, we wasn't in California. We was in the South. So I don't see where's the money grab for us. Who started the Hollywood? Okay, what was Hollywood called before? Hollywood was called Hollywood Land.
Hollywood.
Okay, the sign was erected in 1923 and originally read Hollywood Land. They took off the word land to promote the name of the new housing development in the hills above the Hollywood district, Los Angeles. So at this point, it wasn't done to they didn't get props. They remember at 18 is when at 18 87, it was just land. So again, what was the money grab in Hollywood? Because it wasn't Hollywood till it got to 1923. That's why I always do different sources.
You said 1923?
Yes.
Hollywood put out their first movie in 1910.
Hollywood gonna look it up, but it says 1877. But it was originally Hollyland. It was a housing development in the hills above the Hollywood district. Okay. When did the golden age? Can you see what I'm reading?
Yep.
All right. So I don't want nobody to think I'm being combative. I'm just reading the information that's in front of me. Once a fact is there, I let the fact speak for itself. That's why I started getting in the argument. Because if you're right, you're right. And if we're not right, we dig. Now, when did the golden age of Hollywood begin? I think that'd be a better question. Okay, the period of stretching from introduction of sound to the beginning of the demise of the studio system, 1927/29, 1948/49, is traditionally referred to most film historians as the golden age of Hollywood. So this is still 1927. When did the movie industry start? Now we doing all of this. I don't see where's the money grab at. I still ain't get to no money grab. Well, let's go. All right. The first to present projects, moving pictures to paying audiences were the Lumiere, Lumiere brothers in December 1895 in Paris. In Paris, France. They used a device of their own making, the cinematography, which was a camera, projector, and film printer. Oh, they had printers back then. Look at that. And printer all in one. Why is Hollywood named so? We're going to get to how old is Hollywood. We're going to do it quick. Legend has it that residents of SoCal were so inspired by lovely Hollywood like Bush that they were inspired to call their new digs Hollywood. Her white friends say with me here. Okay. Hollywood, okay. But now, how old is Hollywood? Hollywood was laid out by a subdivision in 1887. Okay, Hollywood became in many capacity in 1903 and was incorporated into Los Angeles in 1910. Right? I don't still see no money grab here. Tell me when you see a money grab. So that's why I say people do it. They do video, they don't put the timestamp there. See, I'm giving you guys timestamps. Giving you timestamps. So at least if I hear what you're saying and somebody asks me a question, I can go back to your timestamp. I can now go back to your timestamp and see myself. So how am I to believe you and you didn't even give me a timestamp? How was Hollywood called Hollyland? Okay, what was the first color? We don't want color movie. When was the first movie now? Black and white. Here you go again. Hollywood was incorporated as a municipality in 1903. Okay, it merged with Los Angeles in 1910. Or I'm looking at different sources. It's all saying the same thing. This source is, how did Hollywood get its name? Okay, type it in, see for yourself. Okay, now this is the Wikipedia. Again, can't argue. Let the thing. So they didn't come there as soon as they was there until the French came. The French came over. When the French people came on up in here. When was the golden era of Hollywood? From 1915 to 1929. So you said the first picture was made in 1910, right?
Yes.
You said the first what? First movie?
Yeah, the first movie. I also found the video just now too.
What you got? What you got, bro?
Oh, matter of fact, I put it. I don't know why I don't let me put it in the regular chat. I put it in the private chat.
Hold on, let me see.
I don't know why I don't put me in a regular chat. Let's see. Can I do it in the regular chat?
I got it. Oh no, I don't
One
want.
of the frustrating things about trying.
I can't play it yet. Selling divorce to the West. Your great grandparents had 12 children. Your grandparents had 6 children. Your parents had 2. Okay. Years ago, my wife started running. It doesn't. What does this say? Well, you don't know what the video said?
Oh, what's in the video?
This says, what you gave me says selling divorce to the West.
Yeah.
I can't open it yet. So what does it say? Because I don't know if I'm going to get a copyright strike. So what does it say?
Oh, okay. Basically, it's just basically bringing up how we even got divorced, how we got marriage, literally where it comes from.
I got something for that. And poor black man. It's a shame that black women was the most married. How is that possible? That's not what that said.
Black women was the most married?
Yep. We'll get into that. I go, you gotta give me a couple of sources. It wasn't no damn money grab that everybody wanted to get on welfare. Stop it. Whoever said they know they wrong. They know they wrong. Nobody would think about no damn Hollywood growing up. Even if you, especially a black person, we couldn't even get it to the 1960s. So what was the money grab? And the black woman was turned down. They used it for discrimination against the black woman and the black kids. So again, for us, where's the money grab? And they didn't really have, even if they did it for a money grab, it's okay because at that point, they was doing everything already for them.
Know what, matter of fact, let me break down real quick how what the video really break down. It break down how when around that time, the 40s and 50s, how when Hollywood came into the picture and really started making all these movies and television promoting marriage, how those numbers of marriage skyrocketed. Marriage was never at that level before. I mean, it was always respected.
Well, I got the levels. But I'm gonna let you talk that talk, and we're gonna let the video talk that talk. But Hollywood.
It's just interesting. I'm not saying it's 1,000% true. I just think it is an interesting point. I think Hollywood did play a part. It did.
But this is before Hollywood. And you gotta remember, if they broke into the new land.
No, sugar. What? It's not before Hollywood. It's not.
What happened?
It's not. Because technically you said that the numbers started jumping after the years 40s and 50s. So that would be right.
Yeah, the numbers are there, but the studios and stuff wasn't there. They had to build that.
They had plenty of movies in the 30s and 40s. Sugar, what?
I said that. But when we get to you speaking upon one area, and then it becomes. I told you when it became a state, and the first movie was we got that covered, but can't use Hollywood statistics because for Hollywood to be so big, and even if they did films and movies, we couldn't pay to go anyway. When time we started going, we had to sneak in there. We wasn't on the movies, and then back then, even before. Okay, Hollywood came out of the radio, right? It went from you only can hear it to that first TV. We couldn't afford the TVs. A lot of us couldn't even afford a freaking radio. So it didn't, even if it was a money grab, it wasn't for us. I'm not disputing you. What I'm saying is it wasn't for us.
Yeah, I agree. But we still had to copy it because, technically in the world, no matter how you want to paint the picture, we're always going to look to Hollywood as our.
Well, actually, Hollywood looked to us because what they was promoting is what our forefathers was doing on that field. And then you got to break down the type of movies that they had. And when did black people get into Hollywood? When did we get in? Remember, that's the West Coast.
But look. Either way you slice it, though, the average person in America looks to Hollywood as
Not
picture of
back
life.
then. Not back then. This is what y'all see now. But when they got remember, we on the West Coast, we like, imagine, we don't even have fast speed cars. We had the train. How long was that train ride to get to the West? So if you get down, if you escape to the West, the East Coast, and we don't have no TV, why would we look to Hollywood? A lot of people was looking to the East. Everybody came north. The people who went to Hollywood wasn't us. They was trying to get north to escape master. We're still trying to get free. We ain't run no damn TV, and we wasn't human entertainment back then. This was where they get a lot of their ideas from, because we was the human entertainment. Black people always were. It was entertaining for them, but we danced naturally. We did things naturally. We sung naturally. So they were like, oh wow, they got beautiful voices. Oh wow. So, and then at that time too, when we did get up in there with the blackface, they had to put the help in there to make the music sound real. I mean, the show look real. Now, remember, we didn't get public assistance to the 60s. Public assistance came out in the 30s. I got to keep reminding you guys that. So, we're going to debunk that. Because when that white man was speaking, did he include black people? Okay. Case closed with that one now. Oh, they was coming to California for gold. Yeah, but that was, they called it back then fool's gold. Fool's gold.
Wait, boss lady, where'd that come from?
You never heard of that? All the West had the gold and stuff.
No. All right. When he say West from the video, he's talking about literally, okay, because divorce in other continents, it don't really exist like that. Only in America does divorce really exist. And I mean in the form that we look at it. In other continents, that don't really exist like that you leave your husband.
You gotta remember.
That's a fairy tale.
Let's go back. It's not. Let's go back. You're gonna answer your own question. Because when they got here, who was it? When you speak about other places, it's majority, not all. It's majority of, if I come from Italy, it's majority of Italians there. If I go to France, it's mainly French there. When you came to America, it's mainly everybody. So of course of course it's gonna look like it's less over there because it's all your people. But here's a melting pot. It's a melting pot. Then they had to establish a race for them. This is before they became white America. So I may do that later on. How did we become black and how did they become white? I got an excellent video for that. I did it before. But you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like in other places, you didn't have to establish race. You had a couple of people from the new, as they call the new land. Like, do you know what Babylon means? They call us Babylon. You know what that means?
Yes.
I'm waiting. What does the word Babylon mean?
Doesn't Babylon mean
when they call Americans Babylon? Why?
I believe it means skin tone.
No.
What does it mean?
Sort of, kind of. But it's letting you know, okay, who came here first? Besides the people that was already here. We're not talking about the black people and the Indian people that was here already. We're talking about when the Caucasians got here. Who was the Caucasians that got here? We're going to save that for later. You don't have to answer right now. But Babylon just means baby England. That's all it means. That we secretly still part of England. Get it?
Yep, that makes sense.
Okay. I'm going to have you answer your own question. That's why I said, what's the question? And I find it. Make sure you tell the truth afterwards. or don't say nothing, but don't portray us as we kicked y'all out the house. Wah, 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 wah. It didn't go like that.
Oh, no.
Okay. Now, gonna get out of there. Now, the West, they used to call it fool's gold, but they all like a lot of states that was a claim, but a degenerate. Uh, but um, but let's keep this going. Maybe I should stay in class. Remember, I was in class. I should have sat in there a little bit longer. Then again, it wouldn't matter because these days you got to bring receipts anyway. So I could have said what I want to say, but you got to have receipts these days. I tell people, don't be so quick to quote statistics, because it was a lot of lying going on back then. A lot of lying, lots of lying, and then it was people working together. Yeah, I'll make the state take care of you. You just nobody gonna tell in this town. I'm talking about for the Caucasians. Nobody gonna tell. We're gonna get this thing. Remember that the first scams they did, but they make it seem like us black people did it. No, y'all had 30 years more scamming than what we did. 30 years more. That's a fact. So I don't want to hear no more about every time you hear the word welfare. I even got a quick thing. When you hear the welfare, how do we black people get stuck with that name? And only reason why a lot of Caucasian women started to work, because once we was able to get it, they didn't want to be on welfare with us. But what year did we put the face on welfare? When they had it 30 years before us. At this point, it's not about man or female, it's about my people. My people. No, they got good money back then. They fries the cost of living, they got good money. Oh God. And I'm also going to show y'all where every God, hold on, let me see. Where's it at, man?
I just think a lot of men that talk about like I said welfare, but women getting like child support, I just feel like they are like just bitter men. Like that's why I just hate to even talk about that. Like I just feel like if you had a child, support the child, do what you got to do.
We ain't even get to child support yet. That's another day, another dollar.
Do what you got to do.
That's another day, another dollar. See, when you come to class late, Miss Molly, we covered that, and your information is correct. Her information is correct. Yes, ma'am. You think I didn't come up with them numbers before I started this video, baby? But your information is absolutely correct, Miss Molly. Absolutely. And I already got it in the beginning of the video. Go check it out. I read it. But you absolutely correct, Miss Molly. And that's gonna stick in your head now, nephew. Welfare began in 1935. It started in 1932, though. I showed y'all that part too. Started for we didn't get it. They didn't get it to 1935.
But hold on. So sugar, black. So you saying that black men have a problem with welfare?
A lot of them blame us for them leaving. First of all, let's get the statistics together. Let's pull that up. I don't know. Let's get that here. Okay. And as we see, it was the same laws that men could not be in the house. So if the white woman wasn't complaining, why did the black man? If the white man wasn't complaining, and they had public assistance welfare since the 1930s, How dare the black man blame the black woman for rules that was there since 1935? You got what I'm saying, Ellen?
Yeah.
We already went through the laws was there since 1935. Remember, I showed you where they couldn't have no man in the house. That was since 1935. How dare you blame the black woman for getting on public assistance? And you knew that since 1935, black man. You knew you couldn't get in, you couldn't go live off the government's money. So black women did not push you out. That was there since 1935. You still had people. We wasn't even able to get it to 1960. You would have thought from 1935 to 1960 that freaking men would have been in the household.
But Tony, you missing one big point though, that
Mm-hmm.
when as soon as y'all got it, slowly but surely, y'all started leaving the household.
No, 1960s. By that time, like I said,
At the end of the 70s, that's when marriage started dropping.
We're gonna get to that. I don't know what. Let me see this one in. But again, that rule of there's no man in the house was there since 1935. I don't need no other point. By the time black people were able to get it in the 60s, welfare already been here 35 years. So didn't y'all know that? Didn't y'all know that 30 years ago? How did we kick you out? You should have got your act together. It was more family. Oh, well, let me see if this is it. Damn it. Which one is it? Let's see. Okay.
No, Molly, it's not that necessarily that the welfare kicked them out. It's the fact that if you had welfare, you had to have the man outside the house. So it's not necessarily that black women kicked
Thank you.
the black man out the house, but welfare kind of in a sense. You can make an argument for
what
that.
I'm saying is by the time we got on public assistance, the law was already there 30 years. Did you get that part?
But y'all was married, so that argument don't vouch for nothing.
It does.
Y'all was married at an 80 percentile. That argument makes no sense.
I got it right here. Look at this. I got it right here. Where it says, but I'm saying that the argument is you can't say you did not know the rules and regulations when you got it. Right or wrong?
Oh, yeah. I agree.
If it existed 35 years before you, and we were denied, and we still had to work in the fields and stuff like that, while the Caucasian woman sat home and collected her check. I'm going to get into it also how we got the face of welfare. We're going to get into that. Okay? But black men in the 60s and 70s, just go 60s and 70s. We're not even going to get into the 80s. But in the 1960s, that rule that no man could be in the house, when we pull it back up, I pull it back up. But no man could be in the house was for the white man too, because they had to do it for 30 years before we was eligible. So how did black women kick black men out the house when they knew that stigma before they had public assistance? So if all right, so if the black woman went and got public assistance, that would mean that the black man was not able to work. Black men wanted to be with their kids. But again, this is still 30 years from slavery. So a lot of us were scattered. They had to find new women. The black woman was still head of the household. A lot of men, remember they had to go to war, the red against the blue. Remember them wars?
No, black woman became head of house when welfare in the 60s when that came into play.
Absolutely not. We've been head of the household. Head of the household means the man is removed, right? When was men removed from the household?
But so y'all was the overseers of the black community? That's what you're saying?
No, I said
no. Go ahead.
You said that. You said. What did you just say?
No, I was just saying that. No, I said black women power came into.
You
into
said
place
because
around the 60s.
No, We had it. When was black men removed from their families? That's what I asked you to go with. I'm telling you, we're gonna
But
answer
black men still had power, even from the early 1900s.
again. The question was, when was black men removed from their family?
Oh, when welfare came in, the 60s.
How can that be? When we got off the boat, we was remember some women came here pregnant. When we got off that boat, what did they do to us?
I can't say that we was all broken
Okay,
up in the 40s and 50s. I can't say that.
let's take it back. When we got off the boat,
Right?
what did they do to us? Let's take it a little bit further.
They did separate us a little bit, but
Okay,
the vast majority of black
not a
people.
little bit. They had the men on one side, the women on one side. So how can that be a little bit? They didn't have us together, and you got to remember, all of us did not speak the same tongue. They made sure that they took people from different parts there that do not speak the same language, so they cannot communicate. Correct?
Right.
So again, a lot of these people are like, who the hell? Well, damn. Remember, Africa's a very big continent. A very big continent. So when they brought us here, they had the women here, and if some women got pregnant on the boat, the children was in the they took the children from them, and they left them with a slave woman, or whoever had milk in their breasts to take care of the kids, so they could send them, because you get more money for the young youth than the older youth. Correct?
Yep.
So wouldn't that be? And if we had kids after that, remember they mixed us up. So all at this point in time, we don't speak the same thing, but we got the same color. Let's have sex. You understand what I'm saying? We're gonna keep it real. So would you say that because we were separated then, and women were married on that boat, was the woman a single mother?
No. It was no. It was a slow. I would say it was a small portion of single mothers.
No. We ain't talking about portions yet. The question is, when you head of the household should be the man, right?
Yeah.
Now, if they separate the man, now the woman is now head of household. So we was head of household even when we were slaves, because they had us in the back of them in some shack. So what in that shack will be considered her house?
Women back in the days had no rights. So that's hard for me to even.
This is yes or no. If I put you in a shack and I said this is where you stay, wouldn't that be considered?
Yeah, you have a shack, but that don't make you head of house because you got a shack.
What does head of the household mean? Remember, none of us got no money. We all slaves. What does head of the household mean entirely? That means the mother is single and she has now became head of the household, because the father is taken. We're saying single moms. So when you took that man from that line and said, you go here, you go there, and they bitted us. They bitted us like we was freaking animals. Right. That been better. So when they bet, when all them people lined up, you got to remember when we first got, they already had their lines. Remember, they plotted against us since the Bible. It was plotting since the Bible. So if once I take you off that ship, and that woman is with child, and I separate the man, and then I put you in the shack, regardless if you're a slave or not, that's where you live. That's where you wake up, and that's where you go to sleep. And that's where you take care of your kids. So if that man got sold, that would now make the mother the head of household, correct? If the man is not there, the woman is taking care of the kid, right?
Yeah.
So she's the head of household.
Yeah, but it's the way you wording it. It's not that way. Just because you own a home don't mean you're head of a house. That don't mean that.
You is head of that shack. It may be the worst shack ever, but that's where you lay your head.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you could barely have an apartment, and then you could have another man across town with a whole mansion. And you're gonna say she's the head of a house and he's not?
I said the question is, when did black women become single mothers?
Oh, I would say mid-60s.
No, we became single mothers when they took us off that boat. If the husband is gone, we're not
No,
always.
but that's a small portion. Not like
No. That's not the question. You're going into statistics. This is why statistics doesn't match up. You got to put yourself back in that time. Always see if what you read is true. So now you have to ask yourself, what happened during this time? So we are single the minute you remove the man from us, and I ain't got another man. If I don't have another man, and we was together today, and they snatched you up tomorrow, I am now single. Am I or not?
yes.
So if you left me with a kid, am I a single mother or not?
You're a single mother.
All right, you just answered all the questions. But I have to make people. I'm good at making people answer their own questions. Cause I tell you, I'm going right back. Thank you, Miss Molly. Thank you. But see, our young blood right here, I see such a great future in him. When I leave this earth, he's gonna carry on. He's gonna carry on. I see great stuff in you, but I have to make sure when you start talking about statistics and stuff, always bring me more than two sources. Make sure you read more than two sources. But as you're reading the sources, you have to ask yourself, is these sources true? Let me put my mind back at what happened. And then if you put your own, what your thoughts are, then you can say, hey, they couldn't have went down like that because this is what happened. Then you should go into more research now.
Yeah, I do agree with that, Molly. Yep.
So we were single mothers from the get-go. It's by nobody's fault.
So no, that's false.
It wasn't.
Sugar,
we didn't do it. So it is not from the black man. We didn't. God never separated from us. We didn't separate from you. They took you, or they took me, or they took the child. Mm-hmm. They did the separation. Remember when we got here, they lined the whole boat got lined up. They made us. Let me tell you something. I had showed the truth here, and YouTube gave me a freaking strike. So I'm trying to keep it as sweet as possible. When I showed that, the inhumane stuff they did to us, because on that boat there was some nasty freaking, I mean nasty, I mean women having their mints and then moving their bowels. You got to see how you would have thought that we was a bunch of rats and roaches and animals. The way they stuck them, they hosed us down. They digged all up in the man's backside, all in the women's stuff to make sure we didn't have on that boat ride none of the diseases, the lice, the worms, and all this other stuff, because a lot of things was created from that boat. Because how long did it take from get to Africa to America on that boat? Can you imagine that long ass ride? And then they used to toss meat at us. They toss a piece of meat at you. Whoever catch it, get it. So can you imagine all the chaos that was going on? Because I'm catching this meat. I'm going to elbow this person. I'm going to do this person that. Because we're hungry. So what they learned was, if black man is hungry, they will turn on each other. That hasn't stopped till today. That's why when we saw you, they made us turn on each other. They used to take the water and pour it, the water in our head. How the heck can they pour water down in a nasty area and you got to catch it with your hand? Because they couldn't give you a cup or nothing like that, because in their mind, you can undo them. You can undo or create a weapon, or maybe you could take that and undo them chains on that boat. You got to keep asking yourself, what happened on that boat? What are the things that happened to us on that boat? That's where we're supposed to start our education. It don't start at 1960. Our existence don't start for y'all to make a point. Y'all going to start it from 1960. But no, we was here decades before that. We was here decades before. No, we're going to tell a story, tell it all. And I believe that people need to research um, um, all these different things. Don't come in with you from some 1960s stuff and the black woman. No, this is why we need to get together. This is why we need, but it ain't gonna happen because now it's big money. In the extreme things that men do, and then you got the women with their extreme videos because it makes money. So the men taught us how to sell us. Women sell the men out too for $1. Listen to, check out the YouTube. Everything is an extreme. It's an extreme. Okay, welfare may have played a role. Now let's get into this. We're gonna get to the meat and potatoes for him. Then I'm gonna put the video on. We're gonna get to the meat and potatoes.
Potato.
Huh? Can y'all see? Or open it some more? Remember, I'm not on the screen. You gotta let me know when to stop. Open it some. I'm gonna open a little bit more though. You got old people in the chat. If it let me. Is that a little bit better? I want y'all to read what I'm saying. And remember, this was one source. We got to make sure from the time I got on to now, everything coincides. If things don't coincide, I got to take another look at it. Right? Now, it is important to realize that things wasn't always so. Okay? The Black American family provides a stark example from 1890 to 1950. Now listen, Black women held a higher marriage than white women. So remember that was a question you said before, right? I said Black women marriage rate was more than white women. You said, really? You see that?
Yeah.
So we're going to answer these questions. Okay. And in 1950, just 9% of Black children lived without their father. Okay? By 1960, the Black marriage rate had declined. So did it go up in 1960 or did it go down? I'm going to answer that question. What does it say?
It said the marriage went down.
By 1950, just 9% of Black children live without their father. By 1960, that's why I said I let the rhythm hit them. Oh, happy belated birthday, Rakim. The Black marriage rate had declined. Now, what happened in 1960? What we were saying?
That is false. That is false. I have some numbers to prove different. In 1960, 1970, even to the early 80s, we were still married at an 80 percentile rate.
Now, this is why a human, you'll find another one. I told you, we're not going to say who's right or who's wrong. We're going to just find more sources. That's it. Now, the best source is if we have a sister, a brother, or cousin that lived in the 1960s to prove this right or wrong. I know what happened in the beginning 70s. In the beginning 70s, I can agree with that. But that's a 10-year decade right there. So what happened, because I would know what happened, how the family unit was pertaining to the 70s. But as far as the 60s, we're going to see. But it said it declined, but remained close to the white marriage rate, right? In other words, despite open racism and widespread poverty, strong Black families used to be the norm. So actually, it was thriving in the 1950s. It was, you gotta remember, of course it's going to be thriving more. We're free now, but in a sense, if it's true, right? Let's say this is true, right? What would make it true? Remember, use your own imagination. Put yourself back at that time. If it dropped, why do you think it may have dropped? Why did it drop? Let's say it dropped. Use your mind here. Go. Use your mind. Let's say this is true. What would make the statement true? And what would make it false? Go by what you think. Don't give me no statistics. Go by what you think.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go by the whole logic of just the
Now, put
Hollywood theory.
no, 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 no. Put yourself. No, we're not using nobody theory. You're gonna use your brain. We're gonna use your brain. Why would you think? You're not studying. What was if that is true? What would make that true? And
Um,
what would make
I
it false? You
guess
your
given, yeah,
own
given.
thoughts. Your own thoughts. I want to hear you.
No, I'm just saying logically, if I was given a set of options, what would make more sense? And I would
No,
just say easily the welfare of just giving women that the extra benefit.
we didn't
That
have
would make
welfare.
sense.
We didn't have welfare in the 50s.
No, no, no. You said in the '60s, in the mid '60s, y'all got welfare.
No, we saying that it was up. It was up in the 50s. Then we didn't get welfare in the beginning of the 60s. We got welfare in the mid 60s. So in the early 60s, we're not on welfare yet. So what would make that true? And what would make it false? And then I'm gonna go find the answer. The answer's still in here, but use your own. Now, what would make that true? Put yourself there. Hey, shish, shish. Hey, boss lady, I wasn't on this page. I was in the reading
I
page.
mean, literally, yeah. I mean, we was marrying at a good rate.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, that would make sense that somebody
So
got
we didn't.
something or something happened, something
Mm-mm.
transpired because the number
What?
ain't drop overnight.
No, no, no.
That don't make
What?
sense.
You have to tell me what took place in the 50s. What took place in the
Somebody was given something or
It had
something happened.
No, no, no. No, no, no. What else was going on?
Civil rights, but we were stronger than ever.
No, that was we killed off? Yes or no?
Who was killed off?
We wasn't killed up in the, we wasn't killed off.
Killed
They-
off at what
They
capacity?
wasn't hanging us. Remember, we was
Yeah, but we were still living.
yeah.
they
But
killing-
what I'm
Oh
saying
my
is,
goodness.
what
You
I'm
know
saying
what?
is murder. Let me explain.
Alien what?
One second, hold on. You got to remember, anytime you kill for a cause or you kill for something, that will make the numbers drop. It doesn't matter how much, even one person that's killed trying to get us free. Remember, they even killed up Malcolm. When did Martin Luther King and when did Malcolm X die? So when we was having all the riots and stuff, and it was, you got to remember, from that time we were still getting hung. So their lives don't mean nothing.
Leader.
So with that, what I'm saying though, what is all the being hung? You only name one thing. Civil rights was one thing, but a lot of things was going on besides just civil rights. We was getting hung. We already separated. We already don't have. They already told us we even when we was able to get.
And let's talk about the war when the black men did go into the war. Some of them didn't come back. They went different places.
That's what I was telling him. You got to name everything that happened.
But sugar, literally everything that you mentioning is even proving my point even more that we was going through way more and we was married at a way higher rate. We ain't going through nothing right now.
Not in the 60s.
What are black people going
not
through?
In the 50s and the 60s. That's why I said this got the 60s. So what will make the point that I'm proving was the numbers probably dropped. Wasn't because of us. We didn't say, hey, we want divorces. We went out and fought war. Now, for you to say it was such a little bit, you have to give me a number. If you're telling me it was a little bit, now you got to give me a number.
Of single mothers back then, I say less than 15%.
No, 15% of what?
Maybe women walking around with children with no man, maybe like 15.
Is that 15%
Oh my God,
of what?
that is ridiculous.
15% of what?
15% of black women.
Oh, black women.
Yeah.
But I'm saying if our black men is now removed again, remember we moved again, and don't forget we had the war against Japan. We had the war when we was the
Still married at a high rate. Keep on going. Keep on ending wars.
Not in the 50s and 60s was no.
That's false,
already
boss
married.
lady. I could give you numbers. We was married at an 80% route. 80%.
No.
I was there.
Hold on. If you give me something that's 80% and another source says it declined, which one is true. You have to figure out not what one suits you. You got to figure out which source is true. So y'all people don't know how to do research.
Black people were always married at a high percent.
High percent of what?
A high percentile of the whole African American culture. It's known for us to get married. What?
Where?
That's something new. This is new that we're not getting married. This is new.
You're in the big boy league. You gotta tell me, quote your source.
Show me.
And then you gotta figure out which source is true. So now you have to study everything that happened in the 30s and the 40s, the 50s, and 60s. That will make that number drop. And if the number went up, you gotta tell us what took place that made the numbers go up. That's your research.
So we don't remember, boss lady. We don't remember Black Wall Street. How pretty much most couples if not all couples was pretty much married and well established. We don't remember that.
Was that for the East and the West and the North and the South? No.
Well, honestly, that was burnt down. So we don't but we don't have the actual facts on it because that was even burnt down.
But the North didn't benefit.
Oh, you can't make that argument now. Hold on.
Yes,
now.
I could. We wasn't running down south. We left down
there wasn't
south.
no.
We had jobs and stuff. We had good jobs on in the North.
I can't say that the North didn't benefit from Black Wall Street. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say that at all.
That black people in the North benefit from it. We're not talking about black people.
Yeah, you can't say they didn't, sugar. You hear what you're saying?
Then you have to tell me how. Remember, I'm only speaking fact. You have not presented no source, no numbers. So for you to say this article is wrong, you have to prove it's wrong. Like I said, even if I was going to read your article and I read this article, that leaves me in a conundrum. That leaves me in a conundrum, right? So now you got to say, same question, but two different sources. Now I have to say to myself, what happened during that time? Now you got to do back research. To prove either one of them right or wrong, you have to do black. You have to go back. You have to take that journey yourself. You can't let somebody do the work for you and put the statistics there. Well, he wasn't there when the statistics were made. So I have to figure out who's right.
I was.
You was in the 50s and the 40s, boss lady?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Black Wall Street was one self-sustained town of affluent black people. Yeah. That's what I said. I was saying to him, that didn't help us.
One self-sustained.
That's false, sugar. What?
It's not. I'm on the North. And I'm telling you, it did not help us.
We talking about black people as a whole. That was great for us as a whole.
No, it wasn't. We didn't benefit.
Oh my God. Sugar, you hear what you're saying?
Listen, I heard what I said because I said it. Now,
that's another black man trying to live off the back of another black man.
Right.
Here we go.
If you saying that is true or not true, you now have to prove me wrong. You can't say that I'm wrong. You got to prove it. You have to prove that the North benefited from it, that the North was getting jobs from it.
The whole United States, the whole black community, period, benefited off of Black Wall Street.
Okay, how did the North benefit?
Infrastructure.
What factories did they have?
North already had that. North had it already.
No, but we didn't have we didn't have the ideas and the whole process coming to play.
Did the North benefit? You gotta explain to me how did the North
the West and the North benefited.
How did we benefit? We already had that.
You seen way more black businesses after that? You seen
the North already had it. That's why everybody
before Black Wall Street?
Yeah, that's why you think.
I disagree.
Why you think they ran away when? Okay, why you think when we was running away? Okay, did we run down south or did we run north? And then when Black Wall Street came, all of us went there. How did we benefit when they only sold to themselves? So they didn't get our money in Black Wall Street. I'm not going to none of their stores. I'm not going to none of their schools. They made their own city. How did their own city benefit the North?
Well, they they first of all, they got money international. So let's not just make
No,
it
no,
a
no, no,
thing
no,
in the
no.
Prove it.
United States.
Prove it.
The question
Prove it.
is, if it was
Prove it.
isolated for them, it was isolated for them, right? They figured, hey, we're gonna separate. The purpose of having
No, that's false, Tony. That's false.
okay, so
Prove
why
it.
was they okay? Feel like
That's
this.
false. That Black
Okay.
Wall Street was just for Black Wall Street. What?
Yes, it was.
No,
Let's
what?
prove
No.
Okay, let's pull up. No,
No,
we gonna
that's
let no,
crazy.
baby. We gonna let the wisdom. We gonna
That
let
is
the wisdom.
crazy.
No. It's not crazy. We're gonna put in Black Wall Street. How about that? That's what we're
Wow.
gonna do. I don't get it. Like I told you, I let the wisdom speak. Black.
You being a troll right now.
No. I understand her point, but
He's
you
learning.
gotta hear how crazy that sounds. That's saying like that's basically saying these group of black people literally made success just for their little corner and their block.
Yeah,
That
they
sounds
did.
ridiculous.
Yeah, they did. They did.
That's false, but okay. That's false.
We're gonna read it.
That's
Before,
crazy.
hold up. Before,
Show me where you know different.
boy, say I'm gonna pull it up. Black Wall Street. Before, let me click this out. I tell you, we're gonna get educated today. We all gonna learn something that we didn't know. We all are. After somebody disagrees, we're gonna find the answers. How about that? Here we go. Black Wall Street. Let's share this. Okay. Black Wall Street before, during, and after. And make it so bad. What's that singer named Charlie Wilson? His family, not the mind you know his family's from there, right? You know his whole story of that. Not even all black people benefited. It's okay. Here we go. Okay. Y'all see? Can y'all see? Y'all ready? Can y'all see?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. At the turn of the 20th century, African Americans founded and developed the Greenwood District in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Built on what formerly been Indian territory, the community group, the communities, they're not speaking of the black community, they said the community group, and flourished as a black economic and cultural mecca until May 31st, 1921, right? Then a white mob began a rampage through 35 square. Now, at this point, I don't know how it was ended in 1921. So it had to be like the night right before that. So again, where does the North and South fit in at? We ain't had none. Okay. Then a white mob began. That you got to watch that. Watch it's a movie, or watch that and how they did that and scared everybody in the house. They couldn't tell the cops, and they trying to figure out. You know what happened, right? You know the end of the story for that, right?
What's up? I'm sorry.
You know how they. Okay, let me see where your information comes at. Because I know the story already, but I gotta learn you. So I'm glad when you say I'm wrong about something, I can go bam. Okay, what? how was it the end of? What did they do? What happened that it stopped the? It stopped.
They shut down Wall Street. What shut it down?
You the one brought it up. Then you should know the information, Alien. Let's go. You were so quick to say that. Now you gotta give me some. You should be quick.
White people with power. That's all. Simple.
That's not what took it down. You should know this, being that you brought it up. I told you, facts gonna speak today.
That's the only thing that took it down.
What took it down?
No.
Hold on, boss lady. What took it down? What did they do?
Evil white men.
What they do?
Basically, helicopters and.
Ain't no basically. You gotta say what happened.
Oh, they just came through, bombed the city, pretty much, shot at everything. They just pretty much ruined the city.
So, they did what again?
Why? Why would they do that?
Oh, because of the power or the growth of the city.
So where does the North fit in that? And basically, it wasn't shooting or whatever. They bombed it.
Right, bomb. Right.
What type of bomb was it? Who bomb was it?
It wasn't atomic, right?
No, you gotta tell me. You brought it up.
Oh, I don't remember all the details, but I do remember
Now you
studying
can't
Black
throw
Wall
something. You
Street.
can't throw that out there with so like and not finish with the answers.
Oh yeah, on their side, I don't know what really happened.
It was. Guess I'm gonna tell you. Nobody still knows to today. That's your answer. They secretly did that to the point to today. Nobody still don't know who airplanes it was and who did it. Who it was, and it was reported that no planes went missing. It was also reported that every plane was registered, but not that one plane that dropped the bomb on it. And I didn't even look. I'm just showing you. I keep telling you, if I talk about something, I already know the answer. Or I'm gonna say to you, I don't know. Let me look it up. But if you hear me going back and forth with you, believe me, Mama know. Mama knows. You're gonna learn. When Auntie say something, 9 times out of 10, she know what you're talking about. But for you to see things, I need for you to see it. So when next time you say it, either A, you're gonna do more research and come back with more research than what I tell you. Do your
Yep.
own research, and then you're gonna say, oh, okay, all right, I see what she's saying. It may not be all the way, but I see what she's saying. But I keep telling you time and time, anytime you stuck at something or it's 2 different sources of information, you now have to imagine all the things that went on at that time. You will have your own answer. You got to back it up. Okay, that's when a white mob began to rampage through 35 square blocks, decimating the community known proudly as Black Wall Street, right? And burned down businesses, homes, school, churches, and hospital, hotels, public library. Now, I'm still trying to see where the North fit in at. You said the North, every Black community benefit. I told you no, you told me yes. Yes, we're going to see, right? This incident stands as one of the most horrific acts of racial violence and domestic terrorism ever committed on American soil. In May 2021, 100 years after the massacre, okay, I went to bed at my family's home in Green. Because you know who explained it to me? Charlie Wilson, when he told the story himself, because he lived there. So that made me go research. And everything Charlie Wilson said was true. Okay? I still don't see where it says Black people benefited all over. We all didn't go down to Tulsa. So how did all of us benefit from it? Okay? Then she said came from murderous rampage, still vivid in her mind 100 years later. Okay? Below a section of photos. Look at the photos. It's good to see. This was all about Black people. So let's clap for that. Let's clap for that. You know, we ain't gonna take nothing away from them. This is Black History Month. So I'm only bringing this up so we can understand our history more. Because you gotta learn the history and distinct what's right, what's wrong. You can't just use statistics. I tell you, people lie. You can't have liars on earth and expect every statistic to be accurate. That's like saying, well, how many girls are virgins in 2002? Let's pick any year you want to pick. Let's just say 2000, whatever. And they say, now, if I'm scared of my parents and it asks the kids, when you had sex? They're going to say 18, 19, or when I was married. Knowing that they was down there with Jimmy, you know, during high school, but they're not going to tell you that. So they're going to say, they're going to pick anything. You guys remember how its statistics ran and how many people and what area they get this information from. Because you cannot have a statistic in the whole world and expect it to all be true when people are known to lie. Been lying since the beginning of time, right? North Greenwood Avenue in Tulsa, prior to the 1921 race massacre was made throughout fire of Greenwood Commercial District. This photo was taken looking north down the avenue from East Archer Street. Between segregation laws that prevented Black residents from shopping in white neighborhoods And oh God, we are so good. Too bad we had to cross over. But let's go. And the desire to keep money circulating in their own community. So basically, they attacked them because they wasn't getting our money no more. They wasn't getting our money because Tulsa, not us, it didn't happen on the. I'm living proof. It didn't happen on North. My grandmother was still living. We did not benefit from it. But I got to show Youngblood, the other people, the North and the West did not benefit from that. The South may have benefited from it, but not the
Because
West.
they had, well, you see where it says, Greenwood became a robust, self-sustained community. Got that?
Right.
Okay, so we're going to debunk that, throw that away. See, at the time of massacre, Greenwood, I would say Greenwood, was considered by many to be the wealthiest Black enclave in the nation.
Right.
As the 7 photos above, it wasn't uncommon to see its residents stylishly dressed. Some boasted in new luxury cars. And this is when the incident took place, May 30th, 1921. Look at this. Look at this. This is what they did to us.
Okay.
So basically, they kind of knew this was going to happen. So it would have we could, before the other nations could learn from them and pick it up, they showed you how it looked. If you want to grow, this is what I'm going to do to you. You want to save your money and only buy Black, this is what we're going to do to you. This is what we're going to do to you. Throughout the night, because let me explain something. If, let's say he's absolutely correct, as we already stated, he's not. But let's say it was correct. See, this is how my thought pattern goes. Maybe that person is right. So when if the North and the West benefited from it, why when they blew it up, we didn't decline from it? What's the benefit from it? When it goes down, that must mean we decline. No, throughout the night until June 1st, much of Greenwood, that's a shame, became enveloped in bowling dark smoke. Look at this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. So we already know the airplanes, nobody knows where the airplanes drop. They don't know, because all of a sudden, of course they're not going to find out. They did their job. Look what they did. Look at this. Look at it. Y'all see these pictures?
Yep. Yep.
The east corner of Greenwood Avenue and East Archer Street. Look at this. They all had to leave their house, man.
Yep. No,
National Guard troops carrying rifles with bayonets escorted unarmed Black men to detain. Now they got to get detainment. Ain't that some shit?
After they burned the stuff down.
I know, right? Ain't that something? Okay. Above, a truck is shown carrying soldiers and Black men.
So how did everybody benefit?
Let me finish this sentence.
all right.
Then he can answer it. Officials rounded up at Greenwood Black residents, deeming them to be primary threat. Now, if we benefit from it, what do you think they would have been knocking at our door too?
No.
Of course.
No.
They don't want to know that. The purpose of doing that is to scare us. So
Right.
if we benefit from it, we would have had a decline from it. And that would have been everywhere. For decades, the incident was erroneously characterized as a race riot, implying that it had been instigated by the Black community. Ain't that something? We wasn't there. We ain't do nothing. No one was ever held account for the destruction or loss. Like I told you guys, everything is, they don't know. They don't know. I've seen and I heard plenty of stories of it. And then when Charlie Wilson, you know who Charlie Wilson is? Youngblood?
Yeah, definitely.
Now he's from there. His grandmother was there. He told his story. It matches what they say. Things have to match.
Hey, boss lady, can I
Great
get you?
grandmother was there.
Huh? Yeah.
Right.
Look at
That's where my great grandmother them come from.
hmm And look at this boy right here. Look at this. He's skinny as could be. That's crazy. Red cross. They had to have red cross. Look at this. Look at this. I saw this before, but every time I see it, I get mad. Madder and madder.
But boss lady, why I say they truly benefited is because before that,
But
No, no,
see,
no.
but I'm gonna tell you one thing. What you don't understand is, you seem to think that there were a lot of trading with like they were doing it like the big Wall Street. It wasn't like that. It wasn't around the world. It was just them making the way. They were just barely
hmm
getting started.
no, they were high level, boss lady.
High level. Well, this
How,
1921. So
high
basically,
level
how would
where?
no?
They
But
were
ask
better than
how.
some levels of
Okay,
Chinese,
okay.
Indians, and whites.
No, this is
White
oh,
did they was killed off.
no. This is different. You're reading the wrong thing now. Chill out. Now, hold up. Let me ask you this. Now, if what you're saying is true, and I'm like a detective, if what you're saying is true, how did we benefit?
Oh, easy.
And I
Bef-
gotta find what you're saying. It gotta be all facts. So think
oh,
about what you're
okay.
saying.
So before you seen Black Wall Street, it was nothing like it. After Black Wall Street, you seen a whole bunch of mini Black Wall Streets because Black Wall Street can never be recreated again.
No, you said
So,
we benefited. You said we benefited from their money. You didn't say the after effects. I don't
oh,
the after
from their
effects.
actual money,
Okay.
no, yeah,
All
I
right.
could
So we
agree.
not, so
Yeah.
we didn't
As a
benefit.
whole, yeah,
All
we
right.
did.
Now we already had the thoughts in our head, and you got to remember a lot of that. For us to benefit, that must mean that we know about it. A lot of people didn't know about it. So how was we able to in 1921? How are we able to duplicate them? 'Cause a lot of people in Tulsa, even Oklahoma, and they on the other side. First, we got to know how big Tulsa is and how big is the land. So they're in a little old section. So 1921, did we have telephones? Like, how did the message get out to us? It didn't even get to the rest of the people there. Until today, Charlie was still scared to talk about it. So if we benefited from it even afterwards, we never knew about Tulsa. Did you know about Tulsa from your family?
Yeah, I did,
All
but
right. Did they tell you how we benefited from it?
it was hard to benefit from it.
That's what I said. I know. I'm gonna
Yeah.
slap him. Bye. I'm gonna slap
No,
him.
no. We still knew of it. All around the world, we knew of it.
All right, but that's
No.
how we did.
Wow. How would you know? How would it be known
Exactly.
around the
I,
world?
did you,
How?
It was in newspapers. It was on the radios, boss lady.
no, it was not. I mean, listen. I'm the beginning. She's on the west.
Show me.
Hold it. Boss lady's in the west. I'm in the north. I'm telling you that we didn't know. We didn't know in the 60s. We didn't know in the 70s. We didn't know in the 80s. So up until today, some people still don't know. So some people still don't know, and you got to research it. We didn't benefit. We didn't benefit. The Norths, they used to call us the Northerners back then.
I'm
They didn't
still
even like,
waiting for
they
you to
didn't
show
even like
me
us.
where you. I'm
We
waiting for him
didn't,
to show me
yeah,
where
we
it's
didn't even
at.
like each other. Oh, them damn Northerners, them damn Southerners. We didn't even like each other because one was from the North, one was from the South. So we didn't know. We didn't get that information. It was not taught in school. So it had to take a real old person that probably researched it and heard about it and passed you the information. But we didn't benefit. Even afterwards, if you say we started having banks and stuff, what bank did we have? And could a bank be because of Tulsa or because in the North we already had banks? Now you gotta say to yourself, okay, do they have banks because of Tulsa or because we already had banks? We wanted our own bank. Now you gotta state what bank and what improvements did the North and the West have? The North, the West, the South. You can't exclude North, South, East, West. Okay, we see this in the South. Now you got to tell us what the other parts of the earth, of the United States, not the earth, the other parts of the United States. What did we get out of it? Like I said, most of us didn't know. My grandmother didn't know. It was never no conversation. It was never brought up in a conversation. We never put it in no newspaper. And you got to remember, most of them couldn't even read anyway. They came to the North to work. They didn't come to the North to go to school. They came to work.
Yeah, you're right. But a lot of black businesses, though, after that Black Wall Street happened, a lot of black businesses was built. A lot of black independence, economic was built.
Yeah,
That's
but
a
you
fact.
would now have. It's not a fact. You would have to prove that.
That is a fact.
It's not a
Show
fact.
me.
It's not a
Where?
fact. It's not a fact to you and prove that they didn't have businesses until that happened. Did we have businesses before that happened or not?
No. We never had anything like Black Wall Street before that.
No,
That's a fact.
you said little places were done. Little places were built.
Yeah, no, after that. But
Okay,
before that,
after-
it was nothing
so
like that.
What was it? What wasn't that we did do after that?
We made plenty of businesses, plenty of foundations
So
after
you-
that. But
so we
before
didn't
that, nothing happened.
And okay, so let's go. He said nothing happened. We didn't have nothing, right? So we're gonna put in North businesses of the North, 1920. Okay, 1921, right? Because you said it, so we're gonna put 1922. We'll see. I see.
This is a full, well-established black community that has never been done before that.
Baby, we're going. That's fine.
Community. Say that one more time.
Black community.
One community. You just
Right.
said it.
Right.
I'm trying to tell him that we didn't know, but he's insisting that we knew and we learned something from it. But the North already had it.
No, they didn't. What? Where? Y'all need to
We
see
did.
this. A
You
black
know-
community?
Boy, you need to have someone talk with your elders. Why do you think they came to the North?
No, for jobs.
All right, so what them jobs they didn't think of to make their business?
No. Listen. We
No,
look.
that's
That's what I'm trying to say. You trying to make the conversation one conversation that's not. What Black Wall Street had was super unique. That was
Okay,
never
we
done
know that,
before or
but-
after.
What do you?
Okay, we know that. But you said we learned from them afterwards. What
Right.
was it? What was it? But you got to prove that we didn't have it already.
We didn't. All right. Hold on. I'm about
Okay,
to prove
where
it.
is your proof? Yeah, pull it. We didn't have it, and then I'm gonna do it. So out of them two sources, we gotta find out which one is true. So pull it up, and I will pull up North businesses in 1920s. That's how to do that. You be stuck, and the other guy too. I ain't saying no names. I ain't saying I'll keep everything in general. I don't want nobody saying nothing. We ain't talking about nobody. Okay. Hey, come on. The massacre just came to light. That's what Miss Vaughn, I'm trying to tell him.
Only thing I would probably say is maybe Harlem.
Harlem was already on and popping, baby. Harlem was already on and popping. It was crack-a-lacking.
God, and come to Harlem.
Hello. One thing you ain't gonna do. Anything I live through, we ain't gonna do that. We ain't gonna do that. Talking about some Harlem. Shit. Boy, get over here. I'm waiting for your thing. You gotta prove you right, young blood. I gotta give him hard love for us. Give him some hard love. I'm gonna grow from it. Cause he got a purpose in life. I don't know what it is, but he got a purpose. He's gonna be.
Yeah, as soon as he opens his ears, he'll be okay.
That's why I'm making him do research. I'm making him do thorough research. So he can start saying, well, maybe I gotta do more research before I open my mouth.
Right. You got to get something behind your words. You can't just be saying open statements.
But that's because it's not his fault, but that's how the information is being taught now. So you can just take their word for it. I'm not a person that takes anybody's word. You got to show me. I even tell myself that. I tell myself all the time, you better study some more. You better get some more accurate information. You better this thing I tell myself. So when somebody try to hit me with something that don't sound right, I know not to follow you. But today, to win arguments, they're gonna come with all these statistics, but nobody never state their source. They just come out with statistics. No, it don't go down like that, brother. Not him, not you, Ellie. I'm just saying. That's just how my mind thinks. He looking too, boy. I can feel him sweating. But we're gonna go back to that other way to look for that. If you don't want to believe that, no, he didn't. Shoot, Harlem was doing their thing. Hollywood was doing their own thing. Everybody was doing their own thing.
And we had the gold rush.
Oh heck yeah! And
California had the gold rush.
I didn't not just what's next? What's before you? What's on each side of you of Hollywood? Lord have mercy, Hollywood.
Reno. Reno's on one. Washington is on one side. Washington and Colorado.
That's the one I was looking for. Colorado, or going towards what they call Mexico too. So that'll be California, Arizona. Arizona had to go, and then they robbed the gold so much they started to fool us gold. So hey, let's go travel down here. Pay me. We're gonna get and they had people who really found the fake gold and then sold it for the real gold. So they call it fool's gold. Same way they were selling regular water and they called it the what's they used to call it, boss lady? When they used to sell the fake water. Something
holy water.
Miracle
water, holy water.
Yeah, that's the one that the fountain of youth.
Yeah.
The fountain of youth. But they was calling it the fountain of youth. People bought this water. They were scamming so long ago. That's terrible. That's terrible. They were scamming so long. They put the water in it. They call it the fountain of youth. People was buying it. They couldn't stop buying it to find out it was regular old water. Do a Google search for black.
Waiting for you.
No, we gotta get back to
Yeah, no. I found two. I did find two. I don't know if they were at the level though of Black Wall Street, but I did find two. Only two.
Okay, that answers the question. Now let's go. Just get back to no superstar. That's the way you are. Make your a happy home. You know why I say that? Because that movie was talking about the public assistance. He forget that when movies and songs were made, they made the movies and stuff from what the environment was going on around them. That's why people music is so important, because it puts you back in a state of what was going on. When you want this information, especially black people, please do thorough research. A lot of stuff is hidden. A lot of stuff is lies. So sometimes you gotta ask a human being, well, what the hell went down? Shoot, everything coming up different. They're gonna put in here what they want to put in here. Can y'all see this now? Okay, so we're gonna get back to this. By 1960, the black marriage rate has declined. And like I said to Youngblood, now I didn't say it was right, I didn't say it was wrong. But I'm saying if the numbers is right, what would make the 1960s rate more higher? And if it's not correct, so this is something you guys can explore. And I'm like, if it was true, I didn't say that it was true. I said if it was true, what would make it true? So you would have to say what would make it false and what would make it true. Okay. Now, are you going to test this? Now you see where it says decline, right? In the 1960s, right? And you said no, right?
Right.
So are you going to test by the 80s? It went up?
No.
It's right here. Look at it. So if one went down and you said that's not true, so that means the whole article is not true then, right? So by the 1980s, so now hey, you said it. So by the 80s, it skyrocketed. So if the 60s, you said it's not true, so then the 80s, instead of going that instead of it dropping more down, it skyrocketed. It skyrocketed. So I guess that's not true. How can it go back up if it never went down? So
The
it dropped and it skyrocketed. 1980. So the 1980s had just amount of much of married families than the 1950s. In the 60s, because of all things, all the riots, the wars, and everything else, like I said, I'm putting this together myself. And I know what happened in the 60s. All the police brutality, getting dogs sicked on you, getting beat with the daggone them things, and what you call them, old things? How was the proper name for it? What's the name of it? It had that little metal piece on it, and it beat the heck out with you. And then it came to sticks. Then they made it to sticks, them batons or whatever you call it, and it beat the heck out you. And then that's only for the people that was found. Imagine the other people who were not found, and they got their body out of there. Listen, we both don't like the Negro people. I'm not gonna report that a Negro is dead. I'm gonna leave him on the road or put his ass in the ocean. They didn't have deep scuba diving to go to the bottom. They still discovering stuff right now that's in that ocean. They still discovering stuff now. So can you imagine in the 1920s who the heck went down in that ocean and found bodies? Go ahead, alien son, tell me. So they wouldn't be counted in any statistic because they're in the ocean. They ain't somebody water. So again, statistics and give a little. Anytime you hear statistics, you got to give some and take some. You don't know. Or a lot of them dug you under the ground, they buried you and everything else. And the family would just see, hey, they must be enslaved, or he must be. It was known for us to be taken away from our family and never see them again. So we didn't know that they was not here. Okay. Black out-of-wed births went from 24.5 in 1964. Oh shit. And to 70.7 by 1994, where it stands today. So there's a lot of us married. It's a lot of us married, but throw that 60% up. That's now we know that's a myth. It's not true. We debunk that. Because if we don't debunk it, if we say it's false, then everything of us doing great afterwards, now that has to be debunked. Okay? One contributor to family breakdown, which soon spread to the poor and working class white family, may have been welfare expansion. Cash welfare and meager from existed since 1935. Remember, we didn't have public assistance, so this doesn't count for us. We didn't get it till 1964. Under the Kennedy administration. But under Johnson's Great Society, which began in 1964, benefits substantially more generous and came under greater control of the federal government. Okay? In the words of Harvard's Paul Peterson, remember this Paul Peterson? We don't know where he got his information from, but let's see what he got to say. Some programs actively discourage marriage because welfare assistance went to the mothers so long as no male was boarding in the household. Marriage to an employed male, even when earning the minimum wage, placed a risk at mother's economic well-being. And famous man in the house. Remember we went over the man in the house rules? Okay? Rules meant the welfare workers would randomly appear in homes to check and see if the mother was accurately reporting her family status. Now, it's the key word was if the mother was accurately. People lied again. People was lying. I'm not going to tell you a man in my house. You got to catch me. I ain't going to throw my husband away. So you got to ask yourself, okay, well, what happened that made the men start leaving the house? Because we already know we're gonna hide y'all somewhere. You seen Claudine? Remember Claudine? You ever seen the movie Claudine Boss Lady?
Yeah, I seen it.
But Daniel, half of your answers is in that damn movie. And you know when it first came on, you know them buildings that they're showing? The housing buildings that you see down that hill? That's my grandmother's building. That's my grandmother's building. Hate to tell you, I was young. I'd have been one of the younger kids in the video. The parents would have been like my mother's age. But that was in the 70s, 80s that was made. So, okay, remember, these rules was put together 30 years before the black man was able to fill out for welfare. Okay? The benefits available were extremely generous. It was estimated in 1975 a household head would earn $20,000 a year. Why they still earn $20,000 a year, huh? Okay, here we go. To have more resources than what could be obtained from the Great Society programs. In today's dollars, that's over $90,000. Okay, $90,000 per year in earnings. Is that correct? Alien blood nephew. Okay. That may be the reason why in 1964, only 7% of American children were born out of wedlock compared to today. As Jason Riley has noted, the government paid mothers to keep fathers out of the household and paid them well. So now you gotta ask yourself, before I get to the next part, you gotta ask yourself, was this white woman or black woman? Y'all men so good at saying this was done to the black people, but we do know this was 30 years before black people were eligible, right? Now here comes the bullshit. Identifying welfare as a contributor, along with shifts in labor market, and remember we had all this in the North, and de-indirization explains why fatherless has spread, and it has. For example, racial differences in marriage rate may be largely due to racial home disparities, which led to stiffer marriages penalties for black adults. And today, many means tested programs reach to working class and lower middle class, right? In today's America, 4 out of 10 families will receive report from at least one means tested transfer program. Okay. So number one, share of adults from 18 to 55 who were currently married by class. The poor was 24%. The working class was 39%, and the middle upper class was 56%. And don't let that doesn't mean the poor wasn't married. A lot of them wasn't reported. And then money played a big thing too. So of course the middle class and upper class is going to be high, but that doesn't mean they only want to have men. Okay. Now I got another one. Now, oh heck no, that's a whole book. Okay, check out United States Census Bureau.
He's a runner.
He laughing. I'm not in the thing. I'm on my screen. Give me back. Okay, I'm going to do the black race massacres and see how many there was. But I'm not going to do that one because we're talking about welfare today. So I have debunked every lie that was sold to the black woman to make her feel bad. I debunked all that to make black men feel good. It's debunked. Information is out there. People do their own study. But a lot of people don't do their own study. I ain't doing that one. Okay. Now let me get to that. Now, we're going to start this from 1967, but no, that's other people. And people got to remember, before we had public assistance, England had it first. Now, there's no way. Now, for me to say that we'll do welfare reform, nobody speaks upon the lady who got 11 kids. I got to find the other one. When did we get stamped with it? I want to go back up a little bit, 1967. We got 1967, we got 1970, 77, no. 1977, nope. Okay, I'm gonna do 1968. That's the closest from the 1960s. So 1968 will now be 53 years ago. So according to this, Black people only received public assistance maybe 55 to 56 years ago. So we haven't been getting public assistance that long. We've had public assistance been out since 1938. It had been out since 1938. Now this says 1968 within New York City. Okay, let's check it out. Okay, I may look for one before then, but as of now, this is 1968. By this time, 68, maybe Black people was probably getting welfare like maybe 3 years. Maybe 3 years.
We had the impression that maybe after a couple of months of being on welfare, instead of a whole year, we'd be set up and we'd be taken care of finally. But we've been on this for a year and we're worse off than we were when we started.
You loses everything. You loses your rights, your dignity, and everything else because you got to go drop your guard and ask. Nobody likes asking for help, I don't guess, unless they are hungry, and which is what's happening with quite a few people.
So most of the time, I have the feeling that I'm mostly a third-class citizen. That's the way I get the feeling that I'm being treated.
This new militance among the poor, in fact, has led them to organize. What this new organization is and what it hopes to do are the subject of our next report. David Culhane, CBS News, New York.
Aw. Just look at the people in the welfare office. Damn, a lot of people back in the days, boy. Shit. Yo, boy, but this was New York back in the days. I remember the days. Damn it. They burned, look at this. They burned up our, this is New York too. They burned up our shit. Who remember when cars looked like that?
Rest of the society, because someone who is working says, well, gee, why should I be working if the neighbor next door can just sit at home doing nothing and take in welfare? So it has a bad effect on the person who's getting the welfare, as well as a bad effect on the other people around him.
Well, I have to make a living. I don't have time to sit around. If I don't work, nobody takes care of me.
Definitely the way it's going, I'm liable to quit work and go on welfare myself.
Think you could do better?
I just might be able to do better.
Black and white, poor and not so poor. The man who gets the money and the taxpayer who pays the bill. They're all unhappy with the welfare system. A system now under more intense attack than at any time in its history. These are the people who get welfare money. There are about 8 million of them in this country, about 1 in every 25 Americans. It's estimated that half of them are white. There are the old, the blind, and the disabled. But more than half are dependent children and their families, the group that's growing fastest and causing the most controversy. All these poor last year received about $7 billion in federal, state, and local aid. In most cases, it has not been enough to allow them to live decently. And it's estimated another 24 million people have incomes below the poverty line as defined by the government. It's argued that they too should get welfare help. Now, welfare administrators, lawmakers, and social critics alike, all are dissatisfied with the welfare system.
If there are people in the community who are close to starvation, who do not have adequate clothing for their children and things of that kind, it is the responsibility of this department to see to it that they get funds. However, because of the fact that it is oriented toward spending as little money as possible, it does just the opposite. It tries to keep as many people off the rolls as it can, even if they're legally entitled. It is a lawless governmental program.
It has two objectives: to keep people at a reasonably minimal level of subsistence, and secondly, where possible, to move them towards self-support. It's supposed to do both of them in a way that strengthens self-respect and dignity. I think it has a poor record in both those respects, and certainly in the way it goes about it. We've had a system that for 30 years has functioned in a certain way. The evidence to me is overwhelming of its relative failure. It's time, it seems to me, to take a hard look at it and try to move in a different direction.
These women, meeting in New York City, are welfare mothers. They're part of a nationwide movement, a movement of the poor. If committees and leaders of government won't deal with the demands of the welfare client, they intend to form committees of their own.
He need to come back, because he also got to tell me, hey, Mother Loves Logic, hey, baby. How you doing, sweet poo? Now, you have to ask yourself, when did the black woman and the black man take the face of welfare? When did it? You ever heard of the welfare queen? You ever heard of welfare queen, boss lady? Every time a black woman had welfare, it was because of one lady. She was living good off welfare. living good. And black men were known as deadbeats, and then the women were known as the welfare queens. So this is the name they coined for us. We was now the face of welfare because the men wasn't in there, and one was living lovely in their minds, and she said she was poor, but they didn't like that she had too much in her household. They trying to figure out where she getting money. So because of one woman, we was labeled the welfare queen. We missed you too, Mother Love. And then because of some men that were deadbeats, they just coined us. So that came from the north, right? She's from the north. Or as we may call it today, we don't call it the north, but it really is the north. But we're gonna just say the East Coast. Get you a better idea. The East Coast. And you know, New York always setting it off. New York gonna set it off for you.
Committees to press for the reform or the replacement of the welfare system. The pressures to keep welfare costs down and make sure no one is cheating the system cut away at its basic effectiveness. Social workers often seem to the poor to be their opponents, invading their privacy to investigate their eligibility, to check residency requirements, and to see to it that they follow the complicated regulations. In most states, a family can't get welfare if there's an able-bodied man in the house, so he abandons them or hides. Often the end result is that the man the system is trying to help becomes its victim. But now, for the first time, the victim too is demanding action, a change in the system.
Welfare is not geared to help you get on your feet at all. They are there to keep you down. I don't care how much you try and you strive to make it on your own. Now, I could give you other cases where people have tried to better themselves and they have gotten no help from welfare. And this is our kick right here. If people are trying to help themselves, then they should be more than willing to do for that person. But they're not.
And this is where it's at. Like, we're gonna have to have, this for instance, we got one committee on utility bills. We're gonna have to have one committee on housing. We're gonna have to have one committee on school. We're gonna have to have one committee that can get together, big time bullseye, sitting up there in Congress, you understand? And all these committees is gonna have to come out us poor ghetto people. And anybody who don't believe that Ella Mercy's gonna be out here fighting for what's right, they can forget it. And everybody that participates in that council, and I got one in Brooklyn, the honor coordinator, how they gonna have so many committees over there, they ain't even gonna know which way they go.
And I'm tired of being used. Because when I have to go down the street and I see a child steal an apple because that child is hungry and bread, and this is.
By the way, I always come. Yeah, she finessed the system. Hey, it happens. Now, even Mother Love got some input. Okay, Mother Love. Now, when I say something, I come with the truth. And the best truth comes from people who live in the area. See, I don't want to do no more talking. Let the rhythm hit. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Wow.
It's supposed to be an affluent society. I could care less. I'm having my war on the politicians.
I have 5 kids, and my husband works. He makes not much money. He only makes a few dollars, which he brings home. And we short of money to buy all the things we need. Like when the school started, the investigator gave me some money to buy one dress for 2 of the girls, and a sweater and a pair of pants for one of the boys. But the 2 babies didn't get anything at all, not even for a pair of shoes.
Socks, shoes, slippers, sneakers.
I will show y'all who as of today and then get the most money. You'll be amazed. You will be amazed. This is how I know that the East, the West, North, and South at particular timing don't know what the other states are doing. right? They don't know. Because y'all don't even know what state get the most public assistance. And it wasn't the East, and it wasn't the East or the West. It's them small Caucasian places they don't speak upon. But I don't know if I'm gonna get a copyright strike. So I'm not gonna show it. But the information is out there, please look it up. But you'll be like, wow, they get all the money, majority of the money. I don't think I can find it on the thing, on the inside the thing. Let's see.
Sneakers. How many kids you have? 5. 2 boys. The ages?
6.
1 is 6.
Make them be honest. The taxpayers themselves, if they was really interested in lowering the taxes, would realize that these are some of the things that is making a new welfare. That's third and fourth generation welfare. It's going to be 7 and 8, and I'm tired.
Well, the main thing is the welfare recipients want money. They want a share in this very rich country that they have. They want to be treated with dignity and respect. They don't want to be the butts and the object of every half-baked congressman or city councilman who wants to use a whipping boy. We also want jobs for people that can work. We want adequate training programs. We want daycare centers. We want good schools. We want a lot of other things. But the most basic thing poor people need is money.
ISH. And do you know your unit number?
No, I don't.
Okay, what does he
decide to give you?
Yes. So, who does the spay hearing?
Well, go through this again and fill it out again for you, okay? Then I'll send it in, right? Okay. I will fill out these forms again for you, and then I will send them in to your worker again. And if you table?
No.
Well, since I've gotten on the welfare, I was told it would be possible through them to get job training. I haven't gotten no job training. Also, I was told that it would be possible to get clothing for Erica and the baby. Nothing's come through on that either. And so we fell behind on the rent. Now we're out of an apartment. Oh, I went to one place. I went to see the place, and it was on 117th Street. I think the 2 East, 117th Street, I believe it was. And I walk in the building, and what I saw, I wouldn't bring a dog to the building. People are in the streets burning up furniture to keep warm.
So how do
They
you
did.
feel now?
They did.
You know, what are you feeling since you have went to welfare and you haven't got all these things that you have asked for?
It's miserable. The amendments which to the Social Security Act are punitive. They,
Check out
go
Hezekiah
back
News.
to the 14th century, and they won't solve the problem. The main thrust is to force women to work at a time when we have massive unemployment among men. Welfare departments are going to be required to train mothers, put them out to work. No provision really for the care of their children. They put a freeze on the number of people who can be on welfare, which means that thousands of children in this country who need money for food and so forth will not get it. The amendments will, in effect, create starvation. Any child over the age of 7 could be employed. Every one of those women could be employed. Every one of those aged could be employed. Just because you pass the age 65 doesn't mean you can't chop cotton or you can't carry bedpans in a hospital. Almost anybody on welfare could work. The question is whether or not you want children working, whether or not you want mothers working, whether or not you want old people working. That is the question.
Or I would be opposed. I think
You got that right, Mother Love.
I've said on a number of occasions, the answer to welfare is to create a program that is geared
Hey, Ms.
at
Rod.
reducing itself by rehabilitating people, fitting them for jobs, and getting them out into the private economy and jobs. In contrast, today, welfare is growing at a rate that is completely out of step with without prosperity. And it reveals that, as so many government programs do, it is set out to perpetuate itself, to make itself bigger, not smaller.
You
And
think
that's
this-
and that victimizes the people it's supposed to be helping.
And you think this tax might tend to make it even larger?
I think it'd just be another one laid right on top of all the existing welfare programs.
What do we do? What we're doing now, spending less than 1% of our gross national product on welfare, is apparently not enough. If we do no more than that in the future,
Sister
we're
Bronx
spending
on
billions
Manhattan.
of dollars and getting no closer to a solution. We can spend billions more in search of a meaningful alternative, some form of guaranteed employment, or some form of guaranteed income, or some combination of the two. But there's little evidence that the Congress of the United States is willing to make meaningful reforms of the welfare system.
All right, I want to show you guys before I get into the last video. I want to show you guys what state, even as of today, we still got the face of welfare. But let's see what states have received the most money in welfare. Let's see. What state has the most? Who received the most money? Let's see. I'll show y'all right now. I need for y'all to look at this carefully. Here are the 10 states with the most welfare recipients. Number 1, New Mexico. New Mexico get the top dollar of welfare recipients, right? Number 2, West Virginia. Number 3, Louisiana. Number 4, Mississippi. Number 5, Alabama. Number 6, Oklahoma. Number 7, Illinois. Number 8, Rhode Island. Isn't these Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, and Oregon? There is no. Matter of fact, on the north, think about this. On the East Coast, we're gonna say East Coast, that's what we call it. It's really the north. But on the East Coast, everybody else they're even down south. They're down south. We only got 2 West Coast states here, and that's Rhode Island and Pennsylvania. Okay, so all the South still gets all the welfare. New York is not up there. We in there, but we're not the top 10. California is in there, but it's not the top 10. But people will tell you otherwise. People will tell you it's only Black people. But look at these states right here. Look at these states. Look at the states. Hello, somebody. Look at the states. Them are not our states. That's why a lot of children was latching children going home to no parent. Exactly. But because the Black man is out to get us, they're not going to say that. They're not going to say thank you. But find a way to take care of my seed. You can't blame us for a law that was there 35 years before we were eligible for public assistance. You can't blame Black women. Rhode Island is supposed to be a rich supposed to be a rich state, Rhode Island. How many black people in Rhode Island? Tell me. How many black people in New Mexico? Then we're gonna watch our next video, and then we're gonna move forward. Nope, Missouri did not make the list. See that? It didn't make the list.
The way things are, there's not enough money.
Nope. Okay.
Family. And then that it's given in a self-defeating and self-perpetuating way. Total destroyer of the human spirit. He described a long-term dependence on relief as a narcotic, subtle destroyer of the human spirit. Today, these children and 4 million more probably will grow up on welfare. What will that narcotic do to him, to his spirit?
Yeah, they looking playing on maggots and stuff. Ooh.
3.5 million on relief are old or disabled or blind. Less than 1% are men capable of work who cannot find jobs. The great majority of welfare families are those who subsist, and just barely, under the program called Aid for Dependent Children. More than half live in the slums of northern cities. Many of them are migrants from Appalachia and the farms of the Deep South. A total of 8 million people on welfare, a cost of $8 billion, and more every year.
Even though I can't say when.
Food, because as I have listened and as I've looked and as I've lived in the ghetto, I've seen what this evil system has done to my brothers and my sisters. I've seen how it has left little children with clouds of inferiority formed in their little mental sky. I've seen how this evil system has transformed nice, decent young women into prostitutes. I've seen how this system has transformed nice, decent young men into dope addicts trying to escape the ugliness of their daily lives.
I know we get so much money off welfare. We threw the men out. We threw the men out so we could be living like this. What a life.
Maria Ortiz and her children, Hilda, Juanita, Antonio, Pedro, in their New York apartment. Mrs. Ortiz gets her welfare check under the Aid for Dependent Children program. It comes to about $117 every 2 weeks, about $3,000 a year. Not enough to pay the
$3,000 a year.
rent, feed and clothe the kids, and provide the diet that the doctor has told Mrs. Ortiz she needs.
Black men, please explain to me why we kicked you out of the house for $3,000. Explain that, please. I mean, you got 50 men with all the women did that. Because the women wanted to get out of the household. They kicked the men out. We kicked you out for $3,000 for the whole year. So either you couldn't match the money or you could not come up with the money. But if you was able to match it, you would think that we would stay with you, right? If you could match $3,000 for the whole entire year, that means you wasn't able to at least have the lowest bare minimum of $3,000 in your household, that you was able to take care of you and your kids. Or you were still in the household and the mother hid you very well because she wanted to add the welfare money to your money. Tell you, people lie. Let's carry on.
Another child is on the way, but the father of her children has deserted her. The fact that governs everything else in Mrs. Ortiz's life is money, or the lack of it. Her inability to give her children the things they need.
And again, as I explained to you before, there is no possible way that all the men were kicked out, but these babies are still being made. Unless you had a hell of a babysitter and went to that man's house and got yours off and came home, 9 times out of 10, you was in your own household. And that man was in your household, in your bed. But we kicked him out. Man was there. Stop it.
But Mrs. Ortiz is comparatively fortunate. She lives in New York, which has one of the highest welfare standards in the country.
Not today, damn it.
Some places, Mississippi and some other southern states in particular, keep welfare recipients at the edge of starvation. 30 cents a day for each child in some areas, 50 cents a day in others.
You're so cute.
In those last days before the welfare check arrives, the children subsist on what their mother bought 2 weeks previously, mainly cereal, sometimes potatoes.
Yep.
Mrs. Ortiz, with 4 children and a 5th on the way, is probably beyond the point of marriage. The men she meets rarely earn more than $80 a week. If she marries, her welfare check would most likely be cut off.
Order on a weekend. So in other words, my children went without food from Friday afternoon, Saturday, Sunday, until Monday afternoon at 2 o'clock.
Mrs. Jane Wilson is a Detroit welfare mother. The premise of the ADC program is simple, that children without visible means of support must be aided by the state. But to be eligible, a mother and her children must be without a man in the house.
Well, my husband left me in September, and then I went down to the emergency shelter, welfare shelter, and then I had to go through the welfare, fill out all these papers, drag all 5 kids on the bus, go down there, sit there and wait for 3-4 hours until they come around to you. I felt like the lowest thing on earth when I went to the welfare. I felt like they were all better than me, that they could walk all over me, which I got down on my hands and knees to them and begged them for coats and boots for these children at wintertime. I actually got down on my hands and knees, and you can ask anybody down at that office. I actually got down on my hands and knees and begged them. And you know, and when I went down there, sure, they gave me the coats and boots. Sure, after you get down on your hands and knees and you beg, that's the only way you're going to get anything from the welfare. And to this day, I have never gotten anything from the welfare for myself.
Breakfast in the home of Carol King, a Cleveland welfare mother with 9 children. On the days before the welfare check arrives, there is half an orange for each child. Mrs. King has become involved in the welfare rights movement because she feels she doesn't get enough money to raise her family. She gets less than 80 cents a day for each of her children. The Ohio legislature approves only 3/4 of the amount that the state welfare department felt was a minimum necessity in 1959. The rise of ADC recipients in the last 6 years has been particularly dramatic among Negro families in the northern ghettos. Giving aid only when the husband is absent pushes the man out of the house. His presence is an economic hardship, and a whole class of women and children are growing up in the northern ghettos knowing neither husband nor father, only dependence on welfare. Life on welfare means waiting in line for food stamps, as for everything else. After getting her welfare check each month, Mrs. King's first stop is a food stamp center in the heart of Huff, Cleveland's Negro ghetto. She pays $110 for $158 worth of food stamps, which must be spent only on food. The idea is that the state guides the spending of welfare mothers, and the women resent the implicit moral judgment that they don't have the capacity to care properly for their children.
We are bitter because we are faced with trying to raise children without money. People on welfare, if they had money enough to at least exist on, I'm not saying, because I don't have a college diploma, that I should have, $300 a week, but I'm saying that people on welfare have a right to a decent living in a rich country like America. And, like we can always, send charity overseas, and it's, for years, we've been in poverty as a country. And that I'm concerned with, a country that, gets concerned with hunger in India, but's not concerned with hunger in the United States. They talk about planning for a future. You have to first have something to plan with. You don't plan a meal, unless you got, something to eat. And you don't plan a future unless you have something to plan with. And this is what, society's gonna have to face. They talking about future America. And, our kids are part of that future society. And, and to deprive them from the time that they're, babies, now they say, work with 16-year-olds. That's crazy. A 16-year-old, it's too late.
Growing up without enough money is hard enough, but there are other cold realities about growing up on ADC. Welfare kids usually live in neighborhoods like Cleveland's Huff. They can see the results of violence, even murder, around their own homes. and they must learn to live with it.
Remember, we watching 1967. This is from 1967. Again, this is still the 60s. And this, like I said, a lot of things were happening. And then you gotta remember, at this point in time, when I was trying to get my poor nephew to say black on black crime started, and we started killing each other. That's why the numbers went down. That's why the numbers was going down, because of what we do to each other. So we was hungry. So we robbed and we was stealing. We was taking each other out.
Hate to see these second generations of welfare coming up. And one of the things I think is more crucial to is the youth that's in the ghetto, because most of the youth that's coming up, they're ashamed to tell their buddies, say, well, yeah, we on welfare, we getting ADC or food stamps and things like this here.
Everybody in my whole neighborhood was on relief. We used to run around the kid about it. Because everybody in my neighborhood was on relief, but I was ashamed to go out my neighborhood and tell somebody I was on ADC. Yeah, ashamed of it.
If a child does not have adequate clothing, they don't want to go. If they can't participate and go to the football games and to the movies, they don't want to go to school. So it starts when a child is small. They recognize the fact that they don't have the things that other children have. Children realize when they're different. They know, I don't care how small you are, you know when you're different. And not only that, when you go to the public schools, many times the teachers make you know that you're different.
Welfare children don't have, I was not able to buy, white shirts for ties and things. If a mother go out like I do, I buy my child these knit sweaters and Van Long sweaters and things like that. And he wear them with his pants. But Friday, he got to wear a shirt and a tie. And I just don't have it. They have sent my child home twice, last year for not being dressed in a tie. And I mean, it made me real mad. And I called the principal and told him, I said, look, my child ain't got no shirt and ties. Now, if you want to have one, you buy him one.
Even in school, constant and subtle discriminations are made between welfare children and other youngsters. To qualify for most free services, such as milk, a pupil must be on welfare and thus declares himself a welfare child.
The teacher would tell everybody, the kids, about him being on welfare, and he didn't want them to know he was on welfare.
Did you know that you can make money from YouTube within the next 6 hours?
That lunch card they give him, it's on a special lunch that he get for welfare children, and it's not enough. They don't get no kind of dessert with it or ice cream, and I always have to give him more money to go with it.
They ain't gonna give but a handful of crumbs to a mother. What do you think the young?
Hey, look at the haircut. They had it back then.
Down here on Huff, because when it gets dark, they have to go out here and survive.
All right now. Who mama is that? Go get your mama. Who mama is that? Go get your mama. Who mama is that? Go get your mama. If this is 1967, that means they were born in the early 50s, the mid 50s. That means they was born in the mid 50s. If your parent was born in the mid 50s, go get your mama. Go and get your mama. Look at her. Look at her. Go and get your mama. Black people gonna be happy. I don't care. That come from being a slave. They sung their songs. They lived their life. I don't care what black people go through. You're gonna have a good time.
And it begins again.
They getting down, right?
Brenda is 19, unmarried, and she has just had a baby. She's learning to care for him on her own. She's trying to get a job to support him, and she lives with her aunt, who has 5 children of her own. Money was the reason she decided not to marry Kenneth, the father of her child.
I mean, I would have married him, while I was carrying the baby, but he had no job and couldn't support us, and since we getting married. But no sense in getting married, so I said, wait. I plan on marrying him next year, no sooner than next year. Have to give him time to work first. I mean, what's the sense of marrying somebody if he can't support you? That's his job to support you and the baby, not my job to support him and the baby. So after he start working, work more than he been working, then I'll marry him. When I think he's able to take care of 2.
Not necessarily.
Many of the girls who go on welfare never graduate from high school. A girl who gets pregnant in most high schools is automatically expelled. Usually she doesn't come back. She's on her way to a lifetime of dependence on welfare. The Webster School in Washington, D.C. is a high school for pregnant girls.
Phone died.
Recession is a weekly part of the curriculum.
My phone died.
Huh? Your phone?
Yeah.
You bought Keith's in?
Right, had to go get. Ooh. Oh man, them Bigo streets was burning up last night.
I got it. Pastor.
Yeah, some more stuff.
Yeah, that's next. I gotta get Pastor P out the way from yesterday, because I know he's gonna do something today. He's gonna do something today. So that's next. I gotta do the Black History Month first, and then I'm gonna switch over.
Found out that I had become pregnant, and when I found out that there was this school called Webster, I thought that I was going to be shut out away from the other people and that I was going to be an outcast. But when I came into Webster, it seems that I had more what you would say, people on my side, more attention going towards my way. And with the help of Miss Gill, and then with the help of some of my good friends here, I seem to be making it and all.
And being here with these girls, they are closer to you. I think that all of us are closer together than girls that have not been pregnant, because they all have their opinions and they can easily say things, but we have, we're all going through the experience.
Mrs. Patricia Schiller is a clinical psychologist. She directs the conversation toward future plans and prospects.
Well, I've got a job. I'm going for an interview today. And I filed for support from the father in the court. And it should be coming through by the time I get back in school in September. For a long time, I was under the firm belief that no one really has any excuse for being on public assistance. But when my grandparents and my father found out I was pregnant, their first attitude was, we aren't going to do anything for you. And my grandmother told me from the beginning, you may not bring this baby into my house,
Now, she has responsibility for me until I'm 18 years old. I talk to my social worker here at school, and I have talked to people down at child welfare. And it's being made possible right now for my baby's born in September, for me to put that child in a foster home and to visit it. And they'll take care of it until after I finish the 12th grade, and I'll be 18, I'll be on my own, and then I can provide for my child in my own way. And therefore, I think that it can be a good program.
When a girl drops out before completing her high school education, she finds it difficult to get a job to take care of the baby. In many instances, this would force a girl to go on public welfare. If she gets
Mrs. Fabola Gill is the school's principal.
terrible, and there doesn't seem to be any way out of this for me, she is likely to have another out-of-wedlock child, and as the babies continue coming, she gets farther and farther down into her state of depression.
Many of our young girls would like to work, and they have tried. They really have tried to support their family, but the system and everything else just tears them down, and eventually they just become satisfied with welfare. They don't try anymore because they see there's no sense of trying until this whole system is changed.
Jeanette Salters, a welfare mother, works in Head Start and receives a small supplement to her check.
People talk about the ADC mothers don't want anything. They're not going to ever get anything. This is the same feeling that they have. They have tried and they want jobs, but nobody's going to give them a job. And the first thing they holler, well, you're on ADC, you know, and you don't have any experience. And how can you have experience when you're just coming out of school? And nobody's willing to try, you know, to give them a chance. And I'm beginning to believe, and so are most of the parents, that people want you on ADC. They like you there. You know, they can control you on ADC. And a lot of them just feel, well, I might as well sit here and get what I can. And they do have to cheat and lie and steal and to try to beat the system and try to just survive.
Credit Karma helps members get approved for a credit card 66% more often with Karma. But if you purchase art with wheelbarrow cash,
just surviving.
Welfare departments claim that they want to encourage marriage and thus get women off the welfare rolls. But the investigation of a woman's eligibility for ADC discourages the beginning of any relationship with a man and marriage.
Well, if he's someone who is sincerely interested in you, you would like perhaps to invite him to dinner. You would like to, maybe he would like to spend the day with you. And if this happens, and you have a neighbor who particularly don't care for you, then the welfare department will hear about it, and then they suppose that this man is living there, or that you are supporting him out of your funds, you're feeding him with your funds, or if you claim you're not feeding him out of your funds, then their answer will be, then he's giving you money.
And she said, oh, you can't have a boyfriend. We don't allow that. And I wanted to know why. And she said, because it doesn't look right, you know, with the kids. And so I said, I still don't see whether they have anything to do with me with a boyfriend. And she said, well, you'll have to get rid of him. You have to make plans to marry him. And I told her I wasn't getting married. I wasn't ready for it. I had just got out of one. And I said, now look, you're going to tell me, here I am, 37 years old at that time. And I've been married, got 5 kids here in the home, and had been married to this one man for 16 years, and you're gonna tell me I can't have a boyfriend?
Yep.
And so she said, well, we doesn't allow the ADC mothers with boyfriend. And I couldn't understand that. So she left. When she left, well, then she come back to tell me that my case was denied. This is what happened. She come back to tell me that they had denied me, that I could not get on the aid.
If a man marries you, that he should, you know, take on the initiative of supporting your family. And, you know, to tell a man that makes, you know, $125, $135 a week, that he should accept me and 9 kids and support us is crazy.
Hell no.
Because, you know, this, you know, realistically, I would feel that if I married a man in this position, that, you know, it wouldn't take but maybe 6 months. If it took that long, he would begin to resent my kids. He would hate me.
Yep.
You know, he would beat me.
Yep.
He'd scream at the
Yep.
kids. He'd start beating
Yep.
the kids.
You're right.
Out of frustration.
Yep.
And, you know, maybe it wouldn't be because he didn't love me and the kids,
But because he was, being deprived of, just having, a pair of shoes on his feet and proper food for himself, for kids that he wasn't responsible for. And this is, thinking realistically.
Mm-hmm.
In Cleveland and elsewhere, very little economic incentive exists for women to get off welfare.
They would like for you to go out and go to work or even seek part-time employment. But if you do this, then most of what you make is taken away from you.
They receive only a small part of the extra income.
Boss lady, keep us. Keep us.
Yeah.
All right. You heard me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you think, I already know the answer, I'm just being very rhetorical. Do you think this might be the reason why you told your girls to get an education? Do you think? I mean, because it's like.
I sure didn't tell them to get pregnant before,
Hello?
before they get 18.
Hello. So it's our fault that the women, as they call, it's got hypergamy. Remember, the same thing was issued. Black men, depending on your circumstances, every case is different. But for let's say majority, but you still got to add in a minority because they still count too. But you would think that they call it hypergamy now. Like, what the hell? Women who make more money. When you see all of this, and then you want us off of welfare, we became the face of welfare. Now, as you see, did you see the list of what states got the most? Who gets the most food stamps? Oh, did you? Yeah. Okay. So it wasn't. It was all the states that we did not think about. And no, New York is not there, and California is not there. From the east to the west, it's not there.
No. Those were not the black people.
Hello, somebody. So y'all want us to feel sorry because we kept telling our kids to go to school because this is what they lived through. This is what they lived through. Baby after baby after baby after baby. So y'all gotta pick a battle. Choose a battle. Y'all say, don't meet no woman with no children. So now she's a single mother. Then you say, oh, you're making your woman independent and you want to raise them how they was raised before. Then they call us the modern woman. At no point in time do you see a majority of us staying home while the man is making the money. I'm afraid I did different research. Yes, they was men. We did have middle class people. Yes, we did. We had a little upper. We didn't have top ones. That would be our entertainers and stuff like that. Because remember, we was doing a lot of entertainment. A lot of people was getting paid off our money. But back in the ghetto, it was more welfare recipients than married than people. So you got to understand why today I tell a woman don't stop their education for no man because this is what we had to live through. Little poor kids ain't got no shoes or nothing. Can at least one of us get an education? If you ran off, why I can't get an education? Or just in case you run off, at least I have some education. But these men don't want that. And these women are stupid enough to these men. We listened to y'all asses before, back in the day, they're in the pregnant and alone. A pregnant and alone. Any woman that was in that area and they wanted to change their lives, nobody would be having a bunch of babies no damn more. So we started making the kids started going down, 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 down. But you would think that this would be somebody who got 9 kids and you would think that the mother is wrong for telling her kids to get education. Can you believe that, boss lady? And before you struggled and before your grandparents struggled, so now let's say you had 9 kids and you kept saying, get a job, take your ass to school, She's wrong, boss lady?
You better call Alien.
I'm talking about to all of them. Alien is younger than them. So Alien's going feeding off what you're saying.
These are things that he don't believe.
Oh. I tell people, you can't go by one source. You gotta have a couple of sources. Like, if I ask you a question, if I specifically ask you a question, 9 times out of 10, I already know the answer. I'm not going to ask you a question. I don't know the answer. If I don't know the answer, I will go, I don't know. Let's check it out. Nothing good with learning something. But I'm specifically saying something, I believe I know what I'm talking about. But can you believe all you see is us pay, all of us? I remember these days, boss lady. I mean, my mother worked, but I had aunts who didn't. I had uncles who didn't. You know, we had, back then we had still a little larger families. Joe, you probably at this point in time, you are born. You're probably one of them kids going. This is 1967. So how old were you with that? Well, you ain't got to say all that. But you were still in single digits, right?
I bet you my mom was still working in the fields, picking whatnot, grapes and greens and all that.
Yeah,
That before she's a Chavez and them.
But when you see this, wouldn't this make you tell your daughter and son, get your education? Because the woman was making these babies, and same as now, we was killing each other. I was born in 62. My mom, who was trained as a nurse, stayed home to raise me and my 3 sisters, while my father worked as an electrical engineer. Well, baby, you was lucky. You were lucky, but I seen this all too much. But my mother, she started out as a penny striper in the hospital, red stripe, whatever you call their asses. But they said just when they started off really young and they just worked there, they volunteering there. Like it was 15 or 16.
Candy striper.
Yeah, I was getting candy striper. So they had the candy stripers, and so luckily, like my grandmother was holding us down. So, but it was still hard. It's still hard. But she went, regardless of what, my mother's the oldest, regardless of what, she still got her education. But that doesn't, when you have the kids, and they could be all brought up in the same household. But sometimes it depends on the person. So my mother was just about education. Some of her siblings was not. Some of them they got the education later on in life. Some just didn't make it. Candy stripers. Y'all coming up with candy stripers. Forget y'all. Yes, candy stripers. I said the penny stripers. I be making up shit, boss lady. You know me. I be giving new names to everything. It's the penny stripers.
Wow.
It sounds good, penny stripers, right?
Yeah.
The candy stripers. At least I fix myself when I make a mistake. Because my big sisters told me candy stripers. I got to go by what they say. Candy stripers. The penny stripers. They was covered up in bronze. Goddamn, they look like pennies. See, women, stop feeling bad. We gotta do more because I'm just.
If they work, the jobs which they can get rarely offer very much more money than the welfare check itself. In a pilot project in Cleveland, they are allowed to keep only enough to bring them up to the state's welfare minimum. They are encouraged to go to school and get training, but even after training, good jobs are scarce. Siegel, a Cleveland social worker, visits Mrs. Fanny Brooks, who has left a Title V job training program to care for her children.
One thing I wanted to talk to you about today is the fact that you'll be going off of the training program. And now that you're going back onto ADC alone, it will be cut back, to regular ADC, which will be $92 difference. And that's quite a bit of difference. And it's going to be difficult, I imagine, to get used to living on that type of budget again.
Yes, it will be. But I would rather have a small amount and have peace and happiness and harmony in my home than have a lot of difficulties and different problems. I didn't choose this position that I'm in, and I wouldn't want my kids to do it for nothing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Today itself is late. A wise man did yesterday. All right? You want to try that one for us, Mr. McQueen?
Leroy McQueen, who is getting his high school diploma and hopes to go into computer work, is a welfare father on a training program. It's a myth that the welfare rolls are filled with able-bodied men. Less than 1% of those on welfare are capable of working. In 1962, realizing that ADC ignored men and tended to break up families, Congress passed the ADCU program, Aid for the Dependent Children of the Unemployed. Mr. McQueen worked in a print shop for 7 years. One day, the shop went out of business. Mr. McQueen could not find another job. Shortly after he went on welfare, Mr. McQueen's wife died, and he was faced with the prospect of raising his 5 children himself. The welfare department gave him a temporary professional homemaker.
Good, Rita? Maybe you'll have some more sometime, huh? You still don't want any water?
A midday snack is water and Jell-O. Now he remains on the welfare rolls as he gets an education. He has the added burden of raising a family.
Hi. How you doing?
He does the cooking and cleaning up himself.
Right now, not so much noise in there. Not so much noise. Come on, eat. Gregory, Reginald, Gina, Stevie, come on, eat.
Dinner is usually beans with some ham hocks, and as in most welfare homes, no milk. Almost all starches, little meat.
That belongs to Regina, Reginald. She doesn't eat very much, you know that.
Mr. McQueen's dilemma is compounded by the fact that he must find help for his children while he is at school or work.
Watch the baby, don't let it, huh? Take your time, it'll cool off.
Mr. McQueen has many problems.
Go ahead and eat, okay?
He lives for the day when he can earn enough so that his children have proper meals, the day when he can provide for his family adequately, when he can relax with some assurance about the future.
How many roads must a man walk down?
The electric guitar is in and out of the pawn shop, a reflection of Mr. McQueen's financial fortunes.
And how many seas must a white dove sail before she sleeps in the sand? And how many times must those cannonballs be fired? You know?
Today, Mr. McQueen does not go to school because the homemaker didn't show up. His children play in the backyard.
If I could get a housekeeper, this would help me more than anything else. Just someone to clean the house. Cooking I do generally most myself, but even then, well, the right person cooking right, I could stand that, I think. But I think mostly what we need here is just a person to be in the house and help with the cleaning and getting the kids off to school. You know, now that I go to school myself and giving them their lunches, and I could take over in the evenings.
In the past, I was able to get you an emergency homemaker, and this seems to be a very bad month. They're completely filled up. But the woman says that's in charge of the referral says that she certainly will be having someone come out here as soon as possible. But I know that in the meantime, you can't afford to miss any more school.
I really want to finish school and get back to work. This is my most important objective. And I don't know, it just seemed like it's so far away. You know, the more I look after it, the more it seems like it just gets farther away, and then problems come around and you can't get a babysitter or a housekeeper when you need it. Like, for instance, today I'm home all day today because I don't have one.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. McQueen.
Hi, Miss Sigmund. How you doing?
Okay, how are you?
Okay, what happened on the babysitter? Did you find anything?
As far as I know, they still haven't gotten anyone. She told me that she'd keep trying, and as soon as she would find one, she'd give me a call.
Well, what about those little pants that the boys wear? It's really just about gone now, and there are a lot of holes in them. And kids need shoes, too.
I can't promise anything because, of course, it has to be approved several times along the line, but I will give it a try.
Of the $8 billion spent on welfare every year, less than half ever reaches welfare clients.
The welfare bureaucracy grinds extremely slowly. The total paperwork, the total number of approvals needed, the total number of departments a request has to go through takes an awful long time. The most frustrating thing that I run across, and I feel is the reason why many social workers leave, is the fact that there is a volume of paperwork to do. There's a terrific bureaucratic structure through which every piece of paper must go through, making processes very long and drawn out, and there isn't the time to do the casework that one would actually like to do. Also, it takes an awful long time for a caseworker to get to know the system, the welfare system, and to try and live within it, and perhaps even beat it on occasion. Well, I think I'd rather work with people that did have the basic necessities of life. It would make it much simpler. They could feel worthwhile if they were given enough money to live on.
I think since '62, the emphasis has been on providing services rather than just becoming an agency that provides the toll or just the money that's needed.
Eugene Burns is the welfare director of Cuyahoga County, which includes the city of Cleveland.
With services that we're going into now, with the emergency service that we are providing, I think, which is a big improvement over what it was before, in addition to the regular casework services.
The emphasis on services, not money for clients, has led Cleveland women like Louise Gaston into the welfare rights movement. She wants more money for welfare clients so that welfare children can grow up without a sense of deprivation.
With FanDuel, you can bet $5 and win $280 cash on either team to win.
Well, I tell them just because we're on welfare, that doesn't mean that we are down and up with two people. They still are fond of their father. My daughter, she doesn't care for it, but I try to teach her that after all, that still is her father. He takes him nowhere. He doesn't come to see him. He doesn't support him. Take that trash out. I am having proceedings now for a divorce. It's been hectic, although I've had to raise it by myself. I haven't had too much problem, even though they are teenagers. Turn the file off the table.
Mrs. Gaston protests what she feels is the injustice of the American welfare system in not providing enough for families. But organizing against it is not easy.
Organizing takes quite a bit out of you. You're tired. Sometimes you're bitter. You get angry because people don't see life like you do. Especially when things are that you're trying to push are for their benefit as well as yours. I've had women slam the door in my face and tell me, well, whatever you're fighting for, if you get it, I'm going to get it anyway, so what I'm going to get out and fight for? What I'm going to get out and knock on doors for?
That's what they think today.
These things make you angry. But you learn to look at them and feel sorry for them.
Cleveland women meet in Mrs. Gaston's home. The desire to change and improve the system has brought hundreds of Cleveland welfare recipients into welfare locals. The movement is a young one in Cleveland and nationally it's about a year old. The experience of being in an organization is a new one for most of the women. Building a membership means gaining a strategy for organizing.
I was under the impression, and I was told that no one person have to join a local to get any kind of help or aid from the local.
That's what your group says.
That's right. You don't have to.
But all the other groups don't see it like you do. Because I brought it back to my group, how you all felt, remember? That this was primary.
The women believe that the first step in reforming the welfare system is for them to get adequate money. They do not feel they need rehabilitation by caseworkers who make continual investigations into their eligibility for welfare. They want enough money to raise their families. They want a chance at jobs which will pay them decently. They want a share in making the decisions which affect their lives.
$50 cut in their check, and you're gonna tell them to give them you $1, and you'll see that their check is.
Guys, please remember this is 1967. I came a couple of years after. So this would be 55 years old. It's very right. So but this to be part, and remember, if this is at this point, it's 1967. So the women here will be born in, like, depending on the age bracket, I give it to 1960. I mean, I would give them 55 to 60 years old today. Today, these women, if it's 67, if you was born in 67, you will be 55. 65 turning, 55 years old. As of 2020, this video is now 55 years old. The people born here would have been born in the 50s and in the 40s. So that would be our parents who's 55 years old. That'll be your mother. It'll be, if you was born in the 60s, 67, you'll be 55. These people, one of these people is your mother, your aunt, or your cousin.
He said, yeah, if they want to get erased, or if they want their money back. Now, this is what he said the National Coordinating Committee was supporting, and I'm in thorough disagreement with that.
I think we went over this ground before, and I think we did agree that in terms of Cleveland organizing, that the denial of service wasn't to take place.
That would be me.
Didn't have their dues.
Well, that's where
That was the understanding I think we all had.
Huh?
I said that would be me.
Well, somewhere down the line, you was running little badass kids. I'm joking. Was that you?
Around.
I was gonna say that. You was one of them badass.
I was one of them crumb snatchers.
Was that you? I sit in the back of that daggone park. Did you hit that boy with that damn ball? Was that you? Who threw that kicker ball at him, that dodge ball at him? Was that you? I saw you. You know you violent.
Hopscotch and all that.
No, after you beat the guys up, then you got on hopscotch.
Oh yeah, I was a brawler.
I know. That's why I said I saw you throw that ball at that daggone boy, trying to take his head off. I saw you. That was you. He got his ass out the way. I don't know. But I saw you.
Paul Younger is a Protestant minister who has worked with the poor for a decade.
That we're trying to get folks from all over the city into our locals, and they'll be coming to the food stamp center.
Okay, we're trying to sign people up to join welfare rights movements. And what's been happening is people on welfare for years have really been just mistreated. And now we're banding together to really get something going. We have locals already set up. And somebody will get in touch with you.
I can't write it. I can print it.
Okay, that's fine.
Print it.
Yes, you can print it.
an interviewer from a local television station.
This is Plummer. Today is your beginning of recruitment.
Yes, we're out here to take and recruit relief clients to take and join our local union, welfare union, all over the city.
Specifically, what is it you want to accomplish?
We want to accomplish better relationships with the relief department. We want to take and get the things that our workers tell us that we can't have, like household furnishing and clothing orders and car fare going back and forth to the hospital.
I think we're unique.
Success in organizing is more than getting people to sign a piece of paper. It means creating an organization which can build effective pressure on welfare departments, which can deliver economic benefits to its members. And that means helping persons to receive their full welfare payments under the present laws.
We're trying to help you get some of the things that you're eligible for getting, and the union will help you because we're trying to get everybody to stick together. One person just don't have to fight for themselves. All of us fight for each other.
Remember, this is almost ending, but do not come with we fought for welfare. We didn't fight for welfare. They was fighting for what was already theirs, but the welfare was not giving them. They didn't say we fought for it because we don't want no man in the house. That we gotta debunk that too. This has nothing to do with the man in not the house. This was about, hey, you said I'm eligible for this, but you're only giving me that. So they was already on. They just wanted what they was promised. Is it right? Is it wrong? We don't know. But you did what you had to do. At the end of the day, we the ones stuck with them babies. And women are so tired. I can keep going through this. We're gonna let the radio speak.
Welfare authorities in Washington disagree with the emphasis of welfare clients groups. Washington believes that rehabilitation through employment training will solve welfare problems. How is this to be done? The head of the Department of Social and Rehabilitation Services is Mary Switzer.
I think you have to have it organized. You have to find ways to take care of the children. If the mother is reluctant to leave home with the children, you have to have increased daycare facilities. And you have to begin, in many ways, at a different level than you did with a handicapped person who may have had some schooling, even though they may have been out of the mainstream of life. I think you have to find the right kind of training with the jobs at the end of it. And I think all elements in the community have to be involved in this employment problem. We should encourage employment not only with the end result of getting people not dependent upon public welfare or public assistance, but to help them, if there is a low welfare standard, adequately to supplement it. And this has been one of the chief failures, I think, of the administration of public welfare in this country. I think that it has been a great mistake to not allow and not to give the incentive to people to keep what they earn up to a point, obviously.
I don't know if you heard it while your phone was out, but these men have the audacity. We kicked the men out for less than $3,000 a year, an entire year.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
Can you believe we kicked our men out for that? As according to them. That's why I say you gotta. When people speak upon it, they don't speak in timestamps. They don't speak. They just come out. They ask for this, that. No. What's your source? That's why you gotta quote. You gotta quote with 3 sources.
I'm still waiting for him to come up with one.
He said he found 2, but he never told us. He just found it. So I debunked everything. I told people, let the information speak. Stop telling what you think. Let the information. But sometimes people gotta look within themselves and say, hey, I don't know which one is right. Then figure it out. What was going on around that period of time that will help you to see which number or which something. I told you when it comes down to statistics, you gotta give some and take some. Because people were liars back then. You was lying. the mother told you don't go out there and do that, and they wanted to know stuff about teenage pregnancy, right? Or how many kids are being sexually active. If I know I can't tell my mother that I did an XX, if people come ask me a question, I'm gonna say no, right? So I'll be considered no, but knowing that I was getting banged out. So that would make me lie on a census or something. People lie. Now, we became the face of welfare to this black lady. This black lady decided to have, she decided to fight for the rights of what they're supposed to give them. But it wasn't white women, and we wasn't joined with white women. They came and joined us. Because at this point, it's a movement, so that's their money too. So it wasn't so we could break away from any man. So a lot of that feminist stuff too, we're gonna have to do that too, boss lady. We're gonna work on the feminist maybe tomorrow. We just gotta go. I got more things to do.
Job that is going to be permanent and they are secure in it, then of course you wouldn't want them to be dependent on public welfare. But until they reach that point, what they earn, they ought to be encouraged to earn in order to supplement welfare payments, particularly where they're inadequate. But usually what happens is that if they earn a little, they are penalized by having it taken out of their assistance payments, so the incentive to work is not as great as it otherwise would be.
Ms. Switzer puts her emphasis on the training programs and other services which will lead to the employment of welfare mothers. The welfare rights movement puts its emphasis on giving enough money to welfare clients to enable them to live decently. The form of the welfare grant is not considered as important as its size. Dr. George Wiley is a key organizer of the welfare rights movement.
We are finding across the country that there has been increasing discussion in high places of such things as the guaranteed annual income and other things that are supposed to be panaceas to solve the problems of the poor. Well, welfare was supposed to be a panacea 30 years ago. And all of those people who are poor today know that those kinds of easy solutions did not work. The thing that every welfare recipient knows is that there are 2 or 3 basic issues, and the welfare rights movement is beginning to articulate those issues loudly and clearly. That is that the most basic issue for a welfare recipient is enough money to feed and clothe and house the members of his family. And very few people who are talking about a guaranteed annual income are talking about giving poor people amounts of money that would allow them to live in decency and with a sense of adequacy. And it is that the welfare rights movement is going to have to bring across this country, that we won't have any guaranteed annual income or any family allowance or any other scheme that doesn't provide people with at least the basic necessities of life for their families. And the second thing is that there must be a system of income distribution that gives to people the money that they are entitled to as a right, and you are entitled to your welfare as a right, that gives it to them with a sense of decency, a sense of dignity and respect, that you needn't be the subject of these investigations. This June, the National Coordinating Committee has organized and set up a campaign with a very simple theme that every welfare recipient understands. And that is that welfare recipients are tired of waiting. We are tired of waiting for checks. We are tired of waiting for the little pittance that people give out. But it is going to be a campaign to demand more money now. And so all over this country, welfare recipients will be organizing to go to the welfare department to present a very simple form outlining the most basic needs that they have for food, for clothing, for shelter, and to demand that the welfare department fill those needs now.
Basic needs.
Amen. 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 I remember that song, Boss Lady. Wow. All the children. Damn. told you.
On June 30th, welfare.
First lady. Well, they saw that song and hit me like yesterday.
Every
Feed the children, all the people. Wow. I wasn't born then, but that song was still sung in the early 70s. So, hello. Remember to feed children. Oh, wow.
Their clients in Cleveland marched, along with welfare recipients in 40 other cities. They sought to build pressure on local welfare departments to give more money to clients.
Look at grandma, great grandma. Thank y'all for helping us. Thank you all for helping.
It tells you how you got where you are, and it ain't nowhere. Okay? Up and down Ohio's roads, up and down we go. All we get's to run around, the state gets all the dough. Pity the kids on ABC, how can they stay alive when welfare checks are smaller than in 1959? Oh, up and down Ohio's roads, up and down we go. All we get to run around, the state gets all the dough.
There's only one number.
Oh, we get to run around, the states get more dough.
For more money now and basic needs now. Our checks are too small to buy essential clothing and household items. We call on county welfare to write a special orders to meet these needs now, because our rent and utility allowance is too small to rent our families decent, adequate housing or pay our utility bills. We call on state welfare department to raise the standards for rent and utilities now, because our children cannot live decently on 83 cents of the bare minimum, or what it cost in December of 1965.
This type of demonstration,
65.
an orderly, well-mannered demonstration that existed today, brings out to the public and brings out to those public officials in Columbus that there is a real need and that something should be done and has to be done. And I think, I hope that they're successful. But as far as staff, as I mentioned, staff has an obligation. We're a service organization. We're government employees. We have to serve the public. Our doors are open every day. Our staff is accountable for that type of service that is mandated under the statute, and we have to perform.
This is my captain, and I stepped down over that thing and turned the
Ms. Wall, we can get the casework staff on. Who are eligible? What? Mr. Gaston. Brenda Gaston, will you come over here?
G-R-A-T-W-O-O-D.
Want a couple more over here?
The usual press coverage of demonstrations gets a different reaction from the welfare client and the welfare administrator.
I want you two to hang on to this together. If your hand come in.
Well, I can't hand, I only hand what I.
No, this is for all of it. You're representing all of them for the moment. We got other pictures.
Well, if that's all right with the rest of you.
I'm sure it's all right.
Is it okay?
They're all smiling, so it must be all right.
Give it a fairly good.
You smile a little bit. Smile.
Because I'm giving you all of it. Damn. All of it.
Don't put it in front of my face, though.
When you swing closer together, please. That's it. And smile a little. Look right up at him.
All right?
Oh, that's it. Especially give him a good smile.
All right?
She's like, hell no.
Your picture being a paper, you want to smile.
No, hell no. We ain't cool.
I'm serious. I mean, this is no playing.
All right.
Serious.
Go ahead,
serious
mama.
too.
Black
women don't play. We don't play. Go ahead, sister.
All right, anyone else like their picture taken?
No, this ain't no joking matter. Keep nothing.
All right. Please convey to the group my appreciation for their demonstration and the manner in which they conducted it. Thanks again. Come back again.
Oh, I'm tired. I'm going home to take a bath and go to bed.
Complaints were filed and hearings conducted throughout the summer of 1967 to bring welfare payments up to the highest possible level.
Come by.
At the end of the summer, welfare mothers from across the country met in Washington for the first national convention of the organized poor in the 60s.
Oh, God.
A bill had passed the House of Representatives which would freeze the welfare rolls at a 1967 level, would increase employment training in other services, and would compel women with children to leave their homes to work under threat that their assistance would be cut off. They came to lobby, but less than half a dozen officials consented to see them.
And they won't meet with us and talk to us about our problems. They locked the doors. They locked the doors when we came up here on the steps. But it's our building.
George Wiley was one of the speakers. Dick Gregory was another speaker.
We'd like to say thank you very much. Because what you're doing here today,
Dick Gregory was handsome.
babies will be grateful for. We want to put the Senate and Congress on notice that we are here today, and we're not mad, we're just tired. But I hope they don't make the same mistake they made with the freedom movement. We came here 4 years ago with the freedom movement, we weren't mad, we were just tired. Today the freedom movement could not come back because we're not tired, we're mad now.
Give me back what you stole from me. You don't have to talk to me. I mean what I say. People say to me, is it just words? Oh, baby, it ain't words to me. I mean what I say. I got 7 children. I got 2 sons. All they can see is the Vietnam War. But my son say, I won't go. I said, praise be your name, child. You ain't going no damn place. Because we spreading the word. You know what rescuers is doing? I tell you what they're doing. We know we need a new welfare system. We don't control that system. We don't need them people telling me what I need, what I should do, where I should go, how I should act. I want to act like me.
The doors of the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare were locked. They could not gain entrance.
I wish I had some gas. I wish I had some tear gas. Okay. I wish I had some tear gas.
Welcome to Making Dough with Rakuten.
They did get into a few congressional offices, but at least in one instance, the reception was somewhat less than friendly.
What we got to have. We're going to tell him. He's not going to tell us. And today,
They really are under the wrong impression about this whole thing. They think it's a black power thing, but it's not a black power thing.
Whether it's black power,
We don't want black power.
How you mean you like it?
A black power advocate tried to capitalize on the dilemma of welfare recipients.
whether it's black power, white power.
It's just as many white people. You know,
It doesn't make any difference whether it's white or black.
You know what power is?
You're wrong.
Only thing I'm worried about is my welfare check being cut off, and I don't want it. And I don't want it. If I decide to have another child, I don't want them to take my child away.
Poverty destroys hope. It breeds crime and revolution. It is perpetuated under a welfare system conceived in and for the Depression that does not work today. This is the only Western country that degrades the poor in the way it gives welfare aid.
Beat down Bronx right
The
there.
state provides a family allowance that amounts to an income floor below which no one can fall. An adequate guaranteed minimum income would help to destroy the welfare cycle. It could be given in such a way that families would not be broken up. Breadwinners would not be penalized for working. And that's the battle cry of the welfare revolt, although it's in simpler words, more money now. For what the welfare mothers desperately want is a chance in life for themselves and even more for their children.
Come back to this street no more. No, 'cause I'm gonna get me.
Right now, for my baby's born in September, for me to put that child in a foster home and to visit it, and
God, boy, say not here if you can say our last words. But this is the welfare man. This is what our parents went through. Remember, they was born in the late 40s and in the 50s. This would be if you're in your early 50s, late 40s, beginning 50s, and late 40s. These would be your parents. These would be your parents. If you was born in the 80s and in the 90s, these would be your grandparents. The early 90s, and the late 80s. These would be the grandparents. Stop spreading hate and look at the situations we were living through. In 2022, we should already be educated enough to have more respect for one another. But we don't. We had so many different eras of things where, as you see, the women are always in the forefront. The women are always in the forefront. The men are not there. And if you take notice, if you do research, remember, the men couldn't live in a house since the 1930s. That was only when Caucasians was able to receive public assistance / welfare, whatever you want to call it, right? What you don't see is no men saying at that point in time, when they got interviewed, you don't hear them saying, the woman kicked me out. You don't see no man from that date and time stating that I was kicked out. So they would say I was kicked out. Thank you, Mother Loves Logic. Today, you hear that more than you heard it then. Because, see, let them speak. Don't let the people your age or under than you tell you what went down. But nobody's going to say this. Because you make money off the backs of your grandmother, your mother, and your grandmother, and your great-grandmother. I show you these videos so you can see how it really was. Y'all should all say thank you. I know, there's a lot of us in the house, but Mama, this was a struggle. Mama, you were stressed. Mama was doing the best you can. I understand you couldn't sit down and be the best mother. You think that a mother remember, yes, they made a lot of babies back then. It happened. But hard to be single, got all these kids crying at the same time. Whoa, she should have kept her legs closed. That's always the easiest thing to be said. Tell her she could have kept her legs closed. And then you got the nerve to say that, you're a traditional woman. You're a modern woman. I ain't seen no modern. I seen from time we got here to even to 2022, women play a big part in us growing as people, because you always see women at the forefront. You would think that our men would put us behind them, but back then they knew to put us by their side. They wasn't crying about no head of the household, this the household, that the household. They wasn't calling you names. They wasn't calling you masculine energy. They wasn't saying none of that. How dare you disface the people who fought for you? Your mother fought for you. But you had men and women there. It should have been more men there. It should have been more men saying, get me some jobs so I could take care of my family. But it wasn't. It wasn't. So, if you want to leave a comment, leave a comment. I want some more. We're going to do probably feminism tomorrow. Okay? I thank you all for being here, and I appreciate it. I will be coming directly right back on. So thank you guys for being here. If I find additional information that I did not speak up, I will do a part 2. For this whole entire month, it's our month. Salute you guys. Salute you, mother. Salute you, grandmothers, because you are now our grandmothers, our mothers or our grandmothers. As 2022, some of us great grandparents from 65 to 22, 65 to 22. Like I told you, that's a 55-year difference. That's a 55-year difference. So their kids now will probably be my age, give or take a couple of years before me, give or take a couple of years after me. They have to fight. I salute you. I salute you. I salute the men that left their kids but did not slander them. We got more women getting slandered now by people who didn't fight for nothing. The men knew they left. They hurt the women enough. They hurt the women and they hurt the kids. But you didn't see them making a bunch of videos. I'm not talking about a social media, but didn't have it then. I'm talking about when they was coming together and they was doing like special reports. You didn't hear them tearing down a family. No, they were just gone. They was just gone. It's something you think about. You want to come together or you want to stay apart? Either way, I see you guys on this subject tomorrow. Don't forget, if you didn't hit the like, please hit the like, and I will see you on the next video. And if you're not subscribed to the channel, subscribe now. Like, hit that button.